Yang Kai encountered many similar situations in the Thousand Illusions dream world. In the war between the two races, even if a demon were to be killed, leaving behind only its demon spirit, they would still retain their ability to transform the barbarian race into demons, forcing them to change sides. The aura and remnant soul of the demon race both had strong corrosive power. What should we do now? Fang Zhuo also asked. Before Yang Kai had time to speak, the roaring Gongyu suddenly turned quiet. His head jerked up, revealing a pair of terrifyingly dark eyes without any whites. Old Patriarch Gong. Chun Bingru shouted in a trembling voice as if hoping to confirm the identity of the person before her. But Gongyu ignored her calls, cocked his head to the side, and observed Yang Kai, showing both a look of bewilderment and curiosity, as if he had just woken up from a long dream, not understanding where he was or what he was doing. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed on guard. But Gongyu did not strike him. Instead, he just made an odd noise from his throat and began stumbling outside. Chun Bingru, Fang Zhuo, and Hua Yulu quickly made way. They didn't have a shred of fighting strength left in them right now and simply did not dare to obstruct his path. Gong Yu's mind had clearly been corroded by the demon spirit because he was behaving very differently from before. It was as if a new soul had seized his body but had yet to fully integrate with it. Even the way it walked was not quite normal. In the silence, Gong Yu's footsteps sounded incomparably harsh as he gradually moved away. After his footsteps could no longer be heard, Hua Yulu and the others let out a sigh of relief, as if they'd been saved from a disaster. After watching Gong Yu's transformation with their own eyes, they no longer had any doubts about what Yang Kai told them earlier about demon spirits. Has old Patriarch Gong been possessed? Fang Zhuo turned to Yang Kai and asked. If that really were the case, then that would be a big problem. After all, Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and he even had a second-order emperor realm cultivation. If someone like that was allowed to roam freely, there was no saying what sorts of danger he could bring to the southern territory. I have no idea, but it may be even more serious than that. Yang Kai looked grim. The only thing he could be sure of now was that Gong Yu had gone through demonification. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Even if Gong Yu's mind was disturbed, he shouldn't have been invaded so easily by the demon spirit. How could he have failed to even temporarily resist it? Yang Kai couldn't find a reasonable explanation for what he saw just now with his own eyes. But then a thought suddenly struck Yang Kai and he shouted, "The demon character!" "What?" Hua Yulu turned to look at him. "That demon character." With a grave expression, Yang Kai looked at the group. "How much of it did you all see?" Hua Yulu frowned slightly before replying. "If you are referring to the secret technique that Yang Tai performed earlier, I didn't see it very clearly." Yang Kai looked at the three others and quickly said, "Regardless of how much you saw, you'd best find a way to erase it from your memory. Yang Tai's demonification and Gong Yu's corrosion may be related to it." "What do you mean?" Fang Zhuo asked curiously. He had deliberately observed Yang Tai when he performed that secret technique, so he saw a little more than Hua Yulu. So with how serious Yang Kai was putting the matter, he didn't dare to take it lightly. Chun Bingru also cast a curious gaze at him. Yang Kai explained, "Yang Tai had already gone through demonification when we came here despite having never had the chance to make contact with that demon spirit. There's a good possibility that this is related to the ancient demon character that he learned. In order to convince Gong Yu, he must have also presented the power of that character to him, and Gong Yu may have studied it during that time. So, some demon essence should also have formed inside of him. That is the reason why he was willing to risk everything to work with Yang Tai to entrap us. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could Gong Yu, as the former patriarch of the Gong family, make such a foolish and reckless decision? He must have already been subtly influenced by the demon essence hidden inside his body and was no longer thinking rationally. The reason why the demon spirit invaded his mind so easily was not because Gong Yu's protection was ineffective, but because the demon essence inside of him was attracting the demon spirit, forcing him to give up his resistance unwittingly. Half of what Yang Kai said was merely speculation, but the more he spoke, the more that he felt that his guess was correct. The root of everything was that ancient demon character. Half a year ago, Hua Yulu, Yang Tai, and Wu Kuang-yi discovered this ancient cave mansion. All three of them gained different benefits, but the ancient demon character that Yang Tai learned had been a trap all along. It was a piece of bait set up to entice him into opening the seal and releasing the demon spirits behind it. Anyone who learned that ancient demon character would have made the same choice as Yang Tai. It was through the true meaning of that demon character that Yang Tai was able to establish an inexplicable connection with the demon spirit behind that door. And that was how he found out what was inside, and why opening the seal had become his sole mission in life. Hua Yulu's face turned more and more pale as she listened, her tender body shivering somewhat uncontrollably. She felt lucky that she had only gotten the small flower drum last time. If she had also studied that ancient demon character like Yang Tai, she would likely have met the same fate as him. Chun Bing-ru asked uneasily, "Is it possible that we'll also go through demonification like Yang Tai?" She also saw the ancient demon character after all. Yang Kai shook his head. The true meaning of that demon character isn't so easy to grasp. Yang Tai must have studied it for quite some time to become influenced by it. It shouldn't matter if you only saw a glimpse of it, but I would advise you to forget about it completely. Nobody knows what sort of dangerous effects that demon character may have. Everyone else nodded. Then, after exchanging glances, they sent their soul avatars into their knowledge seas, found the memories regarding the demon character, and destroyed them. This way, they would forget what that character looked like, and only remember its existence. Destroying such memories themselves would cause some damage to their soul, but compared to the risk of going through demonification, it was an acceptable injury. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was contemplating what to do next. Only after everyone opened their eyes weakly did Yang Kai say, "There should be more than one demon spirit behind this door, perhaps many more. Right now, there are two matters we need to see to." Hearing Yang Kai say that there may be more demon spirits behind that door, everyone jumped in fright, but thinking about it carefully, it really did seem possible. That was because the seal of the giant blood-colored door was not fully broken. Yang Tai's blood sacrifice was only able to open it by a crack, allowing a single demon spirit to escape. This seal was laid down by great masters from ancient times, and since it was able to close itself again, it meant that there were still other hidden dangers inside. "What two matters?" Fang Zhua asked. After the mess that just happened, Yang Kai had unconsciously become the leader of the group, and they had no objection to his decisions. "The first thing we have to do is to find someone to secure the sealing spirit array here, just in case someone else accidentally stumbles in and tries to break it again." Yang Kai raised a finger. "This is a matter concerning the entire Southern Territory, and possibly even the entire star boundary. For that reason, we must inform the top sects and get them to collaborate to find a solution for this problem. And the Gong family should also make up for their mistakes. They are good candidates for this job as well. Gong Yu made a grave mistake, and he was the one who broke the seal. Repairing the seal should be the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family's responsibility. Not to mention that even without what Gong Yu had done, the Gong family was still the best choice for this job. In the Southern Territory, other than the array grandmasters of the top sects, they were the ones who knew the most about spirit arrays. Fang Zhua and the others all nodded in agreement at Yang Kai's words. Even though exploring the ancient cave mansion was their business, the consequences that came out of it were beyond their ability to bear alone. Even Gong Yu, who was a second-order emperor, couldn't resist the demon spirit's encroachment. Chaos was bound to break out in the Southern Territory if things were left as they were, and when that time came, they may become the greatest sinners in history. That's why I need someone to go to the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, tell them what happened here, and make sure they have their guard up against Gong Yu. If Gong Yu returns to Heavenly River Valley, he may not be that foolish, but it's still better to take precautions. I'll go. Hua Yulu volunteered. Even though her cultivation wasn't very high, she was at the very least the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, so her words would surely carry some weight. If she was the one who went to inform the Gong family, then the Gong family was sure to take it seriously. The three of you should go together, Yang Kai said seriously. After some thought, the three of them nodded in unison. They had no idea where Gongyu was right now, and there was no saying that he was not outside, waiting for them to throw themselves into his net. If the three of them joined hands, though, then they would at least have some power to protect themselves. Then who will inform the top sex? Fang Zhua asked. Without the help of those hegemons, nothing was going to happen. Even if they managed to get the Gong family to come, they may try to cover up this matter, so they had to find a way to contact the masters of those great forces. Yang Kai paused for a moment before he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself again. As he said that, he reached up to wipe his face, revealing his original appearance. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper with hardly any rosiness. My name is Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Chun Bingru furrowed her brow as she asked with some surprise and suspicion. I heard that Azure Sun Temple recently conferred a new high-rank guest elder title. It was this Yang. Yang Kai nodded. Chun Bingru and Fang Zhua were immediately awed and cupped their fists respectfully. So it is Elder Yang. We have truly been impolite. It was only at this moment that they no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. For someone who could become an elder of a top sect in the Southern Territory, even if he was just a high-rank guest elder, he definitely wasn't someone who would stand around waiting for things to get done. What's more, there were rumors going around that Yang Kai had exchanged blows with one of Star Soul Palace's elders during that grand canonization ceremony. Star Soul Palace elders were peak masters in the Third Order Emperor realm, not an opponent one could casually challenge. It was only at this point that they realized why Yang Kai's performance had been so astonishing despite his aura feeling so weak. Turns out he was an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. I will inform the top sex. I have my own methods of contacting the temple, and they will naturally spread the word to the other sects once the news reaches them. Naturally, the three of them had no objections after hearing this. What about the second issue? Huayu Lu asked. As for the second issue, let's wait until everything is settled here before we work on that. Until then, I will stay here to watch over the seal, just in case Gongyu decides to come back. Brother Yang's plans are well made. Fang Zhuo agreed. Gongyu had already gone through demonification, so who knows whether he would come back to try to destroy the seal. The seal on the giant blood-colored door was old to begin with, and had been damaged by Gongyu earlier. If he kept at it, he may really be able to break it. For that reason, Yang Kai wanted to stay here as a precaution. Yang Kai had to be the one to do this too, as only he had such ability. After some simple discussion, everyone quickly began adjusting their breathing to recuperate. Even though Huayu Lu and the others were not injured, the blood sacrifice they were forced into by the 6.1 center array drained a lot of their energy. They had to recover for a short while before leaving for Heavenly River Valley. Everyone here was an Emperor Realm Master though, so they had brought some precious spirit pills for emergencies. Now wasn't the time to be stingy either, so they all took out their pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Half a day later, Huayu Lu and the others were barely able to restore 60% of their strength, but they did not dare to delay further. After bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they all went back the way they came, preparing to leave this ancient cave mansion together. In just a moment, Yang Kai was the only one left inside the rock cave. The cave was so quiet that even the sound of his breathing was audible. The only other sound present was that of water dripping from the stalactites. This trip to the ancient cave mansion was not as risky as it seemed, but thinking back to the dangerous parts still made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. 7 people came, but only 4 were left alive. Wu Kuang-yi had been used as a blood sacrifice by Yang Tai. The latter sacrificed his own life, and Gong Yu's mind was invaded by a demon spirit. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 people were exhausted and could even be described as battered. Now, there was finally a chance to recover, so Yang Kai naturally made use of every last breath of it. With that, a day passed before he opened his eyes again to check on his current state. Only after verifying his condition did he take out his Jade Elder token. This was the token that when Zishan gave him at the Grand Canonization ceremony, and it not only represented his identity as an Azure Sun Temple Elder, but also had many other useful functions. Pushing his Emperor Qi, the Jade token hovered in the air in front of Yang Kai, and after weaving a few hand seals, the Jade token responded with a faint hum. One by one, Hidden messages were transmitted through the Jade token towards Azure Sun Temple. This wasn't a perfect method of communication, since nothing too complicated could be transmitted this way. Moreover, it was limited by distance and could only be used within the same territory. However, it was the only method of long-distance communication available in the star boundary now. All big sects used similar methods to stay in contact. After finishing this, Yang Kai put away the Jade token. He believed that the Azure Sun Temple should have gotten the message, and it wouldn't be long before someone was sent over to investigate. He then continued to meditate to recover his energy. More than 10 days passed and everything went by smoothly. Yang Kai's injuries also gradually improved, and the injury he sustained to his soul was also slowly recovering. With a bit more time, he felt that he should be able to recover to his peak shape. But he didn't let his guard down for a moment. He constantly kept a part of his awareness on the giant blood-colored door, and even the slightest breeze would not escape his senses. On that day, a wonderful feeling suddenly welled up within Yang Kai while he was meditating, as if he was gaining some insight into the martial Tao. He was immediately delighted as this feeling had come inexplicably and without any warning, but was a rare opportunity for any cultivator. So, Yang Kai immediately immersed his mind into it, trying to chase after that deeper insight. That unexplainable feeling grew clearer and clearer, just like a delicious dish placed right in front of him that was almost within reach, but was separated from him by an invisible barrier, only permitting him to smell the fragrance but not taste it. However, Yang Kai was in no hurry and simply took things step by step, slowly breaking through the obstacle in front of him. He had the feeling that if he really managed to comprehend this insight, then he would definitely be able to advance to the second-order Emperor realm. He had broken through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, and even though that hadn't been that long ago, and it would normally be impossible for him to break through again so quickly, with the rich experiences he had gone through these past few days as well as his 2 years inside the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had long gathered enough capital in order to reach the second-order realm. All he needed was an opportunity. Right now, the opportunity was right in front of his eyes, so he naturally needed to seize it properly. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai soon became deluded, unaware of how long he had been in this state. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but at the same time like years had gone by. Finally, at a certain moment, when he felt the obstruction clear up, a whole new world appeared before his eyes. All kinds of wonderful sensations flooded into his mind from places he'd never known about, giving him an illusion of omnipotence. Yang Kai couldn't help but want to immerse himself deeper into this feeling, to swim in it, and to peek into the mystery of the martial Tao's peak. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had stepped into a strange new world, like he was standing in the starry sky with brilliant points of luminescence shining all around him. Each star was an elusive domain, filled with the martial Tao's mysteries. They were his stepping stones towards the ultimate martial Tao, and it was right within his reach. As long as he harvested these stars, he would be able to achieve greatness that shocked history and amazed the present. Yang Kai slowly reached out towards the stars. All of a sudden, a fire broke out within the starry sky, drawing a frown from Yang Kai. But as soon as he laid his eyes on this flame, an extremely hot feeling took over him as if he was being cooked right on top of those fires. The burning feeling became more and more intense, so violent that Yang Kai was almost unable to bear it. It was at that moment that he felt a sense of coolness, as if a pot of cold water had doused his head. It woke Yang Kai up and it made him feel extremely comfortable. These great fluctuations inside his mind alerted him, and he immediately collected his senses and broke out of his deep trance. A thought flashed through his mind at that moment, and he instantly understood what had just happened to him. That wasn't an epiphany, it was a trap from the demon spirits behind that giant blood-colored door. Everything he saw before was merely an illusion. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly let out a fierce roar. The stars before him shook violently, all of them glowing in unison before gathering towards a certain spot. In an instant, they came together to form a set of large radiant characters. Those characters were very different from the characters used in today's star boundary and were extremely complicated, but also seemed to contain great mysteries. Demon characters. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't think he would be caught despite being so careful. He looked away, but as if they had their own sentience, the characters emitted an even more piercing light that constantly tried to drill into Yang Kai's mind, attempting to burn their essence and meaning into his soul. At this critical moment, Yang Kai's mind calmed down like never before, and a layer of seven-colored light burst out from his body, enveloping him like a seven-colored robe. The light from the demon characters was blocked off by the seven-colored robe. Yang Kai sneered and slowly withdrew from the illusion, returning his consciousness to his physical body. It went surprisingly smoothly and he didn't meet any obstructions. Or perhaps the demon spirit had no ability to hinder him. When he opened his eyes, Yang Kai saw a new light in the dark cave. Glancing over, Yang Kai discovered that the giant blood-colored door was now glowing. However, after he returned to his senses, the light gradually dimmed again before disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. His right eye felt like it was burning, but his mind felt as cool as a bucket of ice water. It was this alternating hot and cold sensation that woke him up and freed him from the grasp of those demon characters. Yang Kai had no idea whether those demon characters were the ones that Yang Tai had been exposed to because he hadn't seen them clearly, and the protection of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus had blocked off their true meaning, not allowing them to invade his mind at all. Obviously, the reason why Yang Tai was able to learn the true meaning of those ancient demon characters and possess demon essence inside his body was due to the fact that he wasn't as fortunate as Yang Kai. Yang Tai may have encountered something similar when he first came here, but without a supreme treasure like the seven-colored soul-warming lotus to protect him. So, when Yang Tai learned the true meaning of the demon characters, he thought that he had caught onto an opportunity to grasp the martial Tao's mysteries, having no idea it was all just a clever bait to lure him into a trap that set in motion a chain of events that ended in a series of tragedies. To be honest, this encounter was an eye-opener for Yang Kai. In the 2 years he spent fighting the demon race in the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had never encountered a demon race with such a strange ability to silently infiltrate his mind and slowly corrupt his soul. This was simply the first time he had encountered such a tactic. This was not an attack, but rather a kind of subversion. The victim would think they had chanced upon a heaven-sent opportunity, but the more they tried to grasp it, the more they would be corrupted, eventually reaching a point where they could no longer turn back. After this episode, Yang Kai confirmed that the seal on the giant blood-colored door was indeed damaged and had to be repaired and reinforced. Otherwise, if someone were to find this place again, they might break the seal and let out the demon spirits behind the door. Yang Kai was even more cautious in the following days. No matter what he did, he would always divert a part of his attention to watch the giant blood-colored door's changes, while at the same time preventing the demon spirits from setting any traps for him. But after one failed attempt, the demon spirits behind the door seemed to have realized how difficult Yang Kai was to influence, and nothing unusual happened after that. Yang Kai's injuries improved day by day until he finally recovered fully. After 1 full month, the masters of the Southern Territory's top sects finally arrived. After he received a response from the Jade Elder token, Yang Kai quickly left the cave mansion and went to the stone forest on the surface to meet with them. At this time, the large island was surrounded by poison mist and was blocked on all sides. It wasn't time for the monster beasts who could merge together to feed yet. However, after receiving Yang Kai's message, the masters of the top sects decided to break through by force to meet up with him as soon as possible. Yang Kai had no idea how they were planning to accomplish this, but as he stood outside the stone forest, he could hear distinct rumblings from beyond the poison mist. Then, a profound light shot out from the colorful fog. As if it were riding on winds of fire, it broke through the toxic barrier and landed on the large island. One by one, powerful auras spread out, and when the light dispersed, the figures of more than 20 people were revealed. Yang Kai looked around and found a few old acquaintances. With Star Soul Palace's elder, Xiao Yang, standing at the forefront, Azure Sun Temple's Gao Xueting, Heavenly Martial Holy Land's Chan Wenhao, and Orthodoxy Temple's Feng Ming were gathered here. Out of them, other than Xiao Yang, who was in the Third Order Emperor realm, the other 3 were Second Order Emperors. Yang Kai was still in Maplewood City the first time he met these people. During that time, Gao Shueting and the others who were still First-Order emperors, were towering existences to him. Over the years, Gao Shueting advanced from the First-Order emperor realm to the Second Order, so it was only natural that Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming didn't fall far behind. They also seemed to have caught up to her cultivation in recent years. In addition, there was a middle-aged man with a stately appearance. He was wearing a jade belt and a brocade robe, giving off an extraordinary aura. He seemed to be someone in a leading position and with high status, and he had a First-Order Emperor realm cultivation. Behind that man stood 10 to 20 other cultivators who were all dressed in similar robes. Most of their cultivations were Emperor or Dao Source realm. Yang Kai could vaguely tell where they were from with just a glance, because he saw a familiar face among them. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai did not know him well and had only crossed paths with him once in the Four Seasons realm, but he remembered him for his boldness, even daring to provoke heavenly martial Holy Land's Wuchang, and remaining unscathed even after being chased down by the latter for many days. Since Gong Wenshan was here, then it was clear where this largest group came from. The Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. The First Order Emperor realm middle-aged man standing at the front should be the current Gong family patriarch, Gongjin. He was the best array master in the Southern Territory, and his reputation was no less than Nanmen Dejun's in the Northern Territory. It may even be higher in some ways, as Gongjin was the head of a family while Nanmen Dejun was just a solitary man. Xiao Yuyang was holding a shuttle-shaped artifact that was glowing radiantly. It was of extraordinary quality, and it was clearly with this artifact that he broke through the poison mist with this group. Yang Kai had also learned of the might of the poison mist before this, so how powerful would an artifact be if it was able to break through it with ease? Elder Xiao, Elder Chan, Elder Feng. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted all of them. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. To think he had to maintain respect with these masters back then and address them as his seniors, but now he could stand on equal footing with them. The last one he greeted was Gao Shueting, who gave him a light nod. They were all one family, so there was no need for them to be so polite with each other. You really do cause trouble everywhere you go. Xiao Yuyang had a helpless smile on his face when he saw Yang Kai again, as if the sight of him gave him a headache. After all, Yang Kai hadn't left Star Soul Palace for that long. Even in Star Soul Palace, trouble broke out in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Xiao Yuyang and the other elders suspected that Yang Kai had something to do with it, but since the great emperor didn't say anything, they couldn't pursue the matter either. In any case, the damage to the five-colored treasure pagoda wasn't too serious, so they just let the issue drop. I'm innocent, Yang Kai insisted with a straight face. I'm only here under someone else's request. Encountering this matter is also by pure chance. I'm not blaming you. Xiao Yuyang waved his hand and his face turned serious. We heard what happened from Hua Yulu and the others, and we all know this matter has nothing to do with you. In fact, we should be thanking you for sparing the Southern Territory from a disaster. Yang Kai responded earnestly. I am also a cultivator from the Southern Territory, so it's my duty to help whenever a situation arises. Chi, Gao Shueting sneered at the side. She was obviously thinking about Yang Kai's identity as High Heaven Palace's palace master in the Northern Territory. She had been brooding over that fact and felt that Yang Kai shouldn't have founded a sect in the Northern Territory. He should have just stayed as an elder in the temple. Yang Kai pretended not to notice this, of course, and continued talking with Xiao Yuyang. Elder Xiao, since you brought everyone here, what are your plans? Xiao Yuyang told him. Just as you're thinking, we're going to repair and strengthen the seal. In addition, we're classifying this place as a restricted area. No one will be allowed to enter or exit this cave mansion. Yang Kai stroked his chin. That's a good idea. But there are always curious people in this world who aren't afraid of losing their lives. The more the place is restricted, the more they'll want to break into it, as if they're complaining that they've been alive too long. Xiao Yuyang smiled. That's why we'll need to borrow the power of Patriarch Gong. He pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. Once that seal is reinforced, this entire island is going to be enveloped by a concealment and barrier spirit array. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find their way in even if they're curious. That would be for the best. Yang Kai turned to the middle-aged man and cupped his fists. Greetings, Patriarch Gong. Gong Jun returned the greeting with a complicated look on his face. Elder Yang is too polite. This Gong has long heard of Elder Yang's name. Sure enough, meeting you today. This Gong can tell that Elder Yang is truly a dragon among men. Yang Kai smiled in response. Patriarch Gong flatters me. Gong Jun continued. My family's ancestor has caused you trouble, so this Gong hereby apologizes to Elder Yang on behalf of the Gong family. Yang Kai shook his head. No need to apologize. Patriarch Gong needs only reinforce the seal. Gong Jun nodded lightly. Even though I have already heard what happened from Palace Master Hua, I still wish to hear it from Elder Yang again, if I may request it. The reputation of the Gong family's former patriarch was at stake here, so he had to ask for confirmation just in case. Naturally, Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Let's talk on the way. The seal is still deeper inside. The group followed Yang Kai down, and while they walked, Yang Kai told everyone what happened that day in full detail. At his cultivation, recalling even minor details from a month ago was definitely no problem. Yang Kai spoke quickly but thoroughly and in complete detail, including all the barriers they encountered on the way, and what sort of reactions the group had to them. Everyone just listened without asking any questions. But when Yang Kai mentioned the demon characters, the minds of the Emperor Realm Masters clearly shook. Quite apparently, even they felt that such a tactic was unimaginable. To think an obscure ancient character that contained some sort of true meaning would actually be able to form demon essence in a person, even manipulating them into believing their mission in life was to break the seal on the giant blood-colored door. However, what Yang Tai did clearly proved this matter to be true. Soon, they arrived at the underground rock cave. Yang Kai waved his hand and cast a shamanic spell to illuminate the rock cave before pointing to the front. That is the door sealing the demon spirits. Everyone exchanged astonished glances before looking forward. Yang Tai and Wu Kuangyi died in front of that door, and the blood and flesh left behind hadn't been cleaned up yet. It wasn't Yang Kai being lazy, but him acting on purpose. Only what everyone else saw now was only dried-up body parts on the ground with no traces of any blood. All the blood had already been absorbed by the door. Another thing I must warn everyone about is that when I was meditating here, the demon spirit inside the door tried to burn the true meaning of the demon characters into my mind. Fortunately, I noticed it early enough and managed to protect myself in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have ended up in the same situation as Yang Tai. They were all shocked to hear his words. Gao Shui Ting quickly asked, Are you sure you're fine? There was a worried and nervous look in her beautiful eyes, showing her overwhelming concern. I'm certain, Yang Kai responded earnestly. Xiao Yang had a serious expression on his face. In that case, your previous speculations are undoubtedly correct. There was not only a single demon spirit behind this door. I'm afraid there's likely many more. Yang Kai shrugged. Whether there are or not, this place needs to be sealed up completely. That's what we're here for. Xiao Yang turned to Gong Jun. We'll have to trouble Patriarch Gong for this part. Gong Jun cupped his fists. It is the Gong family's duty-bound responsibility. As he spoke, he flew leisurely to the giant door and used his divine sense to check the seal's condition. Xiao Yang and the others maintained a high level of alertness, ready to take on any unexpected danger. After a moment, Gong Jun said, The situation is not too bad. Even though the seal is old, the ancient masters must have planned for the worst, so a self-repairing spirit array was added. As long as we reinforce it carefully, it should not have any problems. Hearing him say so, everyone relaxed. Gong Jun continued, I need a few days to come up with a plan. In the meantime, I must entrust everyone to stand guard. Xiao Yang said, Rest assured, Patriarch Gong. I will be staying here. Gong Jun gently nodded before finding a clean spot to sit down cross-legged. Then, he took out many strange objects from his space ring, seemingly getting to work. Xiao Yang then turned to Yang Kai. Gong Yu's mind being invaded by the demon spirit and him running away after the demonification is a troublesome matter that has to be resolved thoroughly. Otherwise, countless consequences will haunt us. Do you have any good ideas on how to deal with this? Yang Kai grinned. I can track his location. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was right for us to seek you out first. Seems like you're well prepared. Yang Kai responded. I can only hope he hasn't noticed it yet. As early as when Gong Yu went through demonification and left, Yang Kai had already made plans and secretly left a hidden mark on his body. Gong Yu's consciousness was still blurry during that moment, so he couldn't have noticed, allowing Yang Kai to act with ease. At that time, Yang Kai told Hua Yulu and the others that there were two matters they had to deal with, and the second matter was to hunt down Gong Yu and eliminate him. But those three did not have that ability, so Yang Kai didn't tell them. He could only wait for the masters from the top sects to arrive. I must stay to watch over matters here, so I'll leave Gong Yu's matters to you all, Xiao Yang said to the other second-order Emperor Realm Masters. Chun Wenhao nodded. Rest assured, Elder Xiao. We won't disappoint you. They came together firstly to see the seal on the giant blood-colored door, and secondly to pursue Gong Yu. They originally intended to get some clues from Yang Kai to begin their search, but they didn't expect him to actually be able to track Gong Yu's location, which definitely made things easier. With 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters combining their strength, it would be impossible for Gong Yu to match them even if they had the same level of cultivation. Not to mention, Yang Kai had also recovered back to his peak condition, and he alone would be enough to deal with Gong Yu. We should not delay things. Go now, Xiao Yang instructed. It had been more than a month since the incident, and nobody knew where Gong Yu had gone. If they delayed matters too long, then the mark left behind by Yang Kai may possibly lose its effectiveness or even be discovered. Without saying anything more, they turned and left. Gong Zhen, who was working up a plan to the side, suddenly said, If possible, I hope that you can bring back the old patriarch's body. He did not ask them to spare Gong Yu's life, because he knew that the latter's mind had already been invaded by a demon spirit. Even if they spared him, he would no longer be Gong Yu. The old patriarch showed a lifetime of wisdom, but his reputation ended up being destroyed in his old age, even involving the Gong family in it. Gong Jin couldn't help but sigh while thinking so. It was a bright day. Under the cloudless azure dome of a sky, a streak of light was flying forward. Naturally, it was the light from a flight-type artifact. Only, the speed was so fast that it was simply impossible for the ordinary populace to notice. This artifact was Yang Kai's Flowing Clouds shuttle, a flight-type Emperor artifact refined by Hou that performed excellently. Even though its interior was small, fitting 4 people was no problem. Yang Kai released the control restrictions so the group of 4 could take turns controlling it and traveling at full speed towards the fading mark Yang Kai set to track Gong Yu. Gong Yu was much more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. The 4 emperors had left the ancient cave mansion a month ago, but they still hadn't caught a single glimpse of him. Worse, Yang Kai's ability to sense the mark was growing weaker and weaker as time went on. If this continued to drag, then they might really lose Gong Yu's trail. This made Yang Kai very anxious. At one point, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gao Shueting, who was controlling the Flowing Clouds shuttle, seemed to have noticed and turned to him. It cut off again? Yang Kai gently nodded, revealing a helpless expression. For the first half of the month, his connection with the mark, while weak, was at least constant. But during the latter half, the connection would somehow be interrupted from time to time, making him lose track of Gong Yu's direction. Even though Gong Yu's consciousness had been in a chaotic state and he did not detect what Yang Kai did at the time, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too careless, so the mark he left on him was not too strong. There was no way for him to sense it if it was too far away. However, thanks to his comprehension of space principles, he had managed to persist until now. Do you think Gong Yu noticed anything? In the end, he's still a second-order emperor. Gao Shueting asked with a frown. Yang Kai responded, Whether he noticed or not, we should all be thankful he didn't take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Even though Gong Yu had escaped for 2 months, he hadn't done anything to harm anyone else yet. He just kept on going in circles, seemingly looking for something, or perhaps hiding from someone. No one knew whether Gong Yu was acting on instinct, if he had managed to restore his consciousness, or if his mind was completely taken over by the demon spirit. Nobody knew his current condition, and they would only be able to tell when they saw him face to face. Feng Ming coldly snorted. since he has already gone through demonification. Though this world is big, there's nowhere for him to hide. We'll find him eventually. Chen Wenhao suddenly said, "Do you two still remember the incident in Maplewood City?" Upon hearing this, both Gao Shueting and Feng Ming nodded. Naturally, Chen Wenhao sighed. After that incident, this Chen went back to the Holy Land specifically to check through many ancient books, and it turns out that these situations were extremely rare in ancient history. However, they seem to be happening more and more frequently in recent years. So, Feng Ming wondered why he suddenly brought this up. "It seems the demons are stirring," Chen Wenhao said in a solemn voice. "Similar situations have happened in the past, and despite there only being vague records, every time they did, it was always a bad sign." The other three were slightly stunned by his words. Feng Ming chuckled. "Even if that's true, it's not up to us to worry about it. If the sky falls, those above us will be there to hold it up." Gao Shueting and Chen Wenhao had no opinion about his carefree attitude. Feng Ming changed the topic as he stroked his chin. "By the way, this old master is quite curious. What will Gong Yu look like after demonification? Will it be similar to those guys the three of us encountered outside of Maplewood City back then?" Back then? There were many suspicious things about what happened back then. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting nodded in agreement. Back then, the three of them entered into a great battle with a demon lord, and as a result, they were inexplicably dragged into a pitch-black environment. By the time they restored their sight, their enemy had disappeared without a trace. They were unharmed, but it was as if the demon let them off intentionally. None of them could say for certain what really happened during that time, so the three of them returned to their sects after carefully examining themselves to make sure they had no issues. Even so, after all these years, memories of that event were still fresh in their minds. Hearing them mention what happened during that time, Yang Kai silently shut his eyes and tried to track down Gong Yu's traces while controlling the flowing clouds shuttle. After another day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "I found him!" "Where?" Gao Shueting and the others opened their eyes at the same time and asked. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, 3,000 kilometers that way. Feng Ming's eyes lit up at his words. "That close? Let's see where he can run now." For ordinary mortals, 3,000 kilometers may be too far to walk even over the course of a lifetime. However, for an Emperor Realm Master, 3,000 kilometers was just barely out of arm's reach. The group had been tracking Gong Yu for a month, and they had never been this close to him, so when they heard this news, they were all excited. In just a short while, the Flowing Clouds shuttle arrived at that place. The Flowing Clouds shuttle stopped, and four figures were revealed in the air. They did not try to hide their auras, so the Emperor pressure that was as vast as the sea filled the void, causing even the ground below to shake. This was a small mountain peak that was only 1,000 meters high. A pavilion stood at the top of it, and even though the scenery was not bad here, the world energy was not very rich. Yang Kai swept a glance around and understood that the earth vein here wasn't good, making it impossible for sects and families with any kind of heritage to pay attention to it. Only those who had no background and cultivated alone would choose to stay here. But looking at the situation on that peak, it seemed there was actually a small sect here. There were about 50 to 60 people gathered there, but the strongest among them only gave off the aura of the Origin King realm. A small sect such as this was nothing to look at in the Southern Territory. This place was very remote, so rarely would any masters come here. The strongest cultivator in this small sect's disciples was a third-order Origin King. So for Yang Kai's group of 4 to suddenly appear here was extremely shocking to them. Today, 4 Emperor Realm Masters suddenly descended upon their sect, and each of them was from a top sect of the Southern Territory. As if the heavens and earth had flipped, there was a surge of shock in everyone's hearts. They did not have the ability to recognize that these 4 masters were all in the legendary Emperor realm, but the almost suffocating pressure made it clear to them that these 4 people had the ability to kill them at will. On that mountain peak, the 50 to 60 cultivators in the houses and forest trails were pale-faced and shivering as they looked up in awe. They were just like a group of ants with an elephant standing before them, and the elephant had raised its foot. They could only pray that this foot would not step down on them, as there was nothing they could do to resist. Yang Kai and his group took in the situation of these cultivators, and they began to spread out as soon as they showed up, each taking a different direction to block off the mountain. Feng Ming then said aloud, "This king is Orthodoxy Temple's elder Feng Ming. Fellow cultivators, this king has joined hands with his fellow Taoists to chase down an evildoer, and we hold no malice towards your sect. If you cooperate and do not move about at will, we will make sure your lives are unharmed. Disobey us at your own risk." With his status, it was kind enough for him to warn this group of cultivators who had not even reached the Tao source realm. So, he did not say anything more after finishing that announcement. Naturally, the cultivators didn't dare to move an inch after hearing his words. In fact, they had already stopped moving before Feng Ming said anything. In front of the suffocating emperor pressure, it felt like their movements were being restricted by an invisible force, making their bodies feel stiff, and even their thoughts had stopped. The only thing left inside of them was panic and horror. The four Emperor Realm Masters glanced at each other before each summoning their Emperor artifacts. Chen Wenhao cultivated the sword Dao, and his skill in it was nearly at the point of perfection. With his sword in one hand, the aura he gave off was awe-inspiring. Light flashed brilliantly through his flowing water sword, which had been with Chen Wenhao for over 1,000 years. Man and sword merged as one. Gao Xueting summoned her own Emperor artifact, the Radiant Sun Mirror. The mirror appeared simple and unadorned, hardly worth noticing, but it was actually the Emperor artifact she spent her life refining. Feng Ming held his flying thunder spear in hand. His seemingly old body suddenly looked much taller, and his body gave off a brave and heroic aura that seemed even more imposing than those at the height of their youth. Yang Kai was holding his myriad sword, but compared to Chen Wenhao's flowing water sword, the broad longsword was simply not up to par. However, Chen Wenhao still took a glance at the myriad sword. As another emperor who cultivated the sword Dao, Chen Wenhao could intuitively sense the might of the myriad sword. After the four emperors got into position, Feng Ming shouted towards the tallest building on the peak below, "Gongyu, show yourself. There's nowhere for you to run." After arriving here, he had already detected a clear energy fluctuation even without Yang Kai's reminder, which was closely linked with Yang Kai's aura. It was clearly the mark that Yang Kai previously placed on Gongyu. If the mark was here, then Gongyu should naturally be here as well. He shouted loudly, but received no answer. Feng Ming brandished his spear and sneered, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. We originally planned to leave your corpse whole, but since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." At the end of his sentence, a cold glint flashed and Feng Ming's spear shot out like a soaring dragon. There wasn't too much splendor to this move. Feng Ming's strike was as simple as it could be. The disciples of this small sect were unable to grasp much of its mysteries, but the other three Emperor Realm Masters could appreciate Feng Ming's amazing skill. He gathered all of his power into one point without the slightest leak. The spear thrust seemed to leap over space, and the mountain peak shook violently, as if it was about to collapse while the building atop it began to vaporize. At that moment, Feng Ming frowned as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Elder Feng, don't kill that man." Feng Ming's hand shook, and the power he shot out instantly dispersed by as much as 80%. The remaining 20% of the power was also directed in elsewhere. With a rumble, the building fully collapsed, revealing the figure of a stiff, elderly man who was shaking like a leaf in a storm. The elderly man had a miserable appearance, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, and he stood alone in the ruin, covered in dust. The cultivation of this old man was not very high, only third-order origin king, so his aptitude clearly wasn't that good. He had already reached the end of his potential, and he couldn't progress again in his lifetime. At this moment, with the building on the mountain peak collapsed, no other person could possibly appear but him. The four emperors could all sense that the aura from the mark was actually from this man's body. Feng Ming frowned and instantly realized what happened, cursing. Just like a golden cicada shedding its skin, he escaped. Yang Kai also sighed. "We were careless. It seems like Gong Yu is now in good shape. The mark he left on Gong Yu's body had been transferred to this elderly man, luring the four of them in the wrong direction. It was impossible for the mark to have transferred on its own though, so the only explanation was Gong Yu had done it intentionally. And, for him to have done it without Yang Kai noticing, it was clear that Gong Yu was no longer in a muddled state. He had either restored his consciousness, or it was taken over by the demon spirit after it fused perfectly with his body. Neither of which was what Yang Kai's group hoped to see. One by one, they put away their artifacts. The elderly man standing in the ruins was scared out of his wits, and he cried out miserably to them. This humble old man greets these seniors. Please, seniors, please, spare my life. He had no idea what Yang Kai and the others had come here to do, but he knew that they were not people he could resist, especially the one who made that strike earlier, the one who called himself the Orthodoxy Temple's elder Fengming. This old man knew of Orthodoxy Temple as it was one of the top sects of the Southern Territory. A small sect like his didn't even have the right to look upon them, but now one of Orthodoxy Temple's elders had come here personally and even attacked him. If Fengming had not dispersed his lethal move at the last moment, this old man would have vanished without even a trace of his bones remaining. The old man could not understand what he had done to provoke Orthodoxy Temple, and to attract the attention of such a powerful master. Fear and panic obstructed his ability to think, and he could only open his mouth to beg for mercy. Do not panic, old man. Yang Kai smiled at the elderly man while using his divine sense to apply a kind of calming wave to settle his emotions. We are not here to make things difficult for you, merely to track down a criminal. We did not expect such a misunderstanding to arise. A criminal. The old man was much more stable after receiving this pacification, and was also no longer in a panic like he was earlier. Yes. Yang Kai looked solemn, tapping the tips of his fingers in front of him and circulating his Emperor Qi at the same time. An image appeared in front of him, naturally of Gong Yu's face. This is the man we're looking for. Have you seen this person recently? Since the mark was transferred to this elderly man, that meant that Gong Yu had at least been here before. Now, without the mark, tracking down Gong Yu was going to be a problem, and this old man may be their only clue. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let it go so easily. Him! The elderly man looked shocked after seeing Gong Yu's face. Yang Kai exclaimed, "You've seen him?" The old man muttered, "I thought that was just a dream. A few days ago, when this old man was cultivating, I may have seen that man, but when I tried to take a closer look, he was gone. I thought that it was just an illusion." Fengming quickly said, "Let me see your memory." As soon as he said that, his arm reached out for the elderly man, resulting in the man's yelp. Involuntarily, he was pulled before Fengming. This old man was terrified. Fengming's attitude hadn't been particularly friendly when he made that strike at him earlier, so thinking that he was going to meet with some untoward end, he struggled out of panic. But there was nothing an Origin King Realm cultivator like him could do in front of an Emperor Realm Master. He was subdued in an instant and was unable to move even a finger. Fengming pointed a finger at his forehead, quite apparently prying into his memories from yesterday. Right at that moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted in alarm, "Elder Feng, watch out!" Fengming was distracted for just a moment when the elderly man he dragged in front of him suddenly swelled up. The power in this old man's body became chaotic and violent. Clearly, the elderly man had no idea what was happening either, as he was panicking with a look of confusion on his face. With a loud bang, the elderly man burst apart, and, from inside his exploded body, a small ball of black light quickly rushed at Fengming. Even though Fengming was a second-order emperor, he was still caught off guard by the sudden unexpected change in front of him. He was trying to check the memory of the elderly man, but he didn't expect the man to suddenly self-destruct right before his eyes, and for this strange thing to fly out of his body as well. The black light was not big, but Fengming's vision seemed to be filled by it. He could no longer see anything else, and at the same time, there was a faint murmur in his ears that shook his mind, causing him to open the defenses of his knowledge sea. "Demon suppression!" Yang Kai shouted, and the light of a shamanic spell shot off in Fengming's direction, just barely making it between Feng Ming and the black light. As soon as the black light touched the shamanic spell, it bounced off and shot towards Gao Shueting instead. The radiant sun mirror appeared behind Gao Shueting, emitting a dazzling light just like the blazing sun. With a serious expression, Gao Shueting formed seals with her hands. A beam of light shot out from her radiant sun mirror, covering the black light. The beam of light seemed to have a very strong binding force, and the black light crashed left and right within its boundary, but was unable to break free for a while. And, under the power of the radiant sun mirror, there even seemed to be traces of it melting as thin wisps of black qi could be seen diffusing from it. 3,000 sword das entwine like thread. Chen Wenhao pointed his flowing water sword at the black light, and thin silk threads shot out, entering the light and turning into a layer of restraint to wrap around the struggling black light. With the combined strength of Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting, they finally subdued the black light. This is the demon spirit? Feng Ming wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his heart still jumping from the event. If Yang Kai hadn't reacted quickly and helped him block that strike with his strange secret technique, then his mind would have been invaded by the demon spirit. He had no idea whether he had the ability to resist the demon spirit or not, but with Gong Yu as an example, he may not be able to break free if the demon spirit was really that strong. The four of them had come out to hunt Gong Yu, but they had actually been fooled by such a small trick and almost suffered a heavy loss, causing Feng Ming to show a terrible expression. This isn't a complete demon spirit. Yang Kai frowned as he carefully observed the imprisoned black light and judged. It was split from Gong Yu. He knows we're hunting him, so he planted this trap on purpose. The demon spirit can split itself? Feng Ming was shocked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting also had grave expressions. If that was true, then the problem was much more serious than they anticipated. They thought that all they had to do was find Gong Yu and kill him, but if the demon spirit could divide itself, then it wouldn't help even if they eliminated Gong Yu, because none of them knew how many parts the demon spirit could split into, and where else it was hiding. Only Yang Kai had been in a direct confrontation with the demon spirit, so everyone turned their gazes to him to see what his opinion was. From the information we have, it seems the demon spirit can indeed divide itself. Hearing this, the hearts of the other three sank. However, Yang Kai went on. This ability is likely not unlimited. This is half of the demon spirit I saw before, so it's possible it can only divide into two parts, and there must be a cost to do so. Even so, this is a tricky situation. Chen Wenhao frowned. Let's eliminate this demon spirit first. After eating a loss, Feng Ming was more concerned with this thing than anyone else. Agreeing, Gao Shueting planned to increase the might of her radiant sun mirror. No matter how strange this demon spirit was, there had to be a way to eliminate it, and this situation proved it. Gao Shueting also felt that she would be able to melt the restrained demon spirit completely if she put in 30% more power. Wait! Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. We've already lost Gong Yu's trail. If we want to track him down again, we can only start from this half-demon spirit. If we destroy it, I'm afraid we may lose him forever. Feng Ming nodded. You're right. Gong Yu tried to use this little trick to catch us off guard, and maybe even try to demonize one of us. But he must not have expected to leave a clue behind instead. It seems a wise man can truly be ruined by his own wisdom. Chen Wenhao said, even so, how are we going to track Gong Yu using this demon spirit? Who dares to handle it? The demon spirit had so many strange tricks that none of these Emperor Realm Masters dared to handle it directly. But if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to track Gong Yu's location. Yang Kai said, if you can all trust me, then leave it to me. Gao Shueting was shocked. You? What will you do with it? Yang Kai smiled. Don't worry, Senior Sister Gao. Since I was able to resist the invasion of the demon characters in that cave mansion, I can naturally resist the temptation of this meager half of a demon spirit. Can you, truly? Gao Shueting looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, but nobody would dare to make any guarantees in this situation. If Yang Kai were to be invaded by the demon spirit, then they would be falling right into Gong Yu's plan. Are you confident? Chen Wenhao also looked seriously at Yang Kai. Even though Feng Ming did not say anything, he clearly thought the same. Yang Kai said, I'm at least 70% sure. What's more, don't I have 3 masters standing guard by me? Chen Wenhao nodded. If there's a 70% chance, then this method is feasible. Gao Shueting glared at him. If you think it's feasible, then why don't you try it? Chen Wenhao cleared his throat. I don't have confidence, so I can't try it. If they wanted to trace Gongyu through this half of the demon spirit, then they would need to have deeper contact with it, and even peer into its inner workings. In doing so, one would be actively opening themselves up to the demon spirit, which wasn't something to joke about. We should destroy it. Gao Shueting was about to act as soon as she said that. She wasn't willing to watch Yang Kai take this risk. Even if Yang Kai said he was 70% sure he could do it, what if they fell into the remaining 30% instead? Instead of having Yang Kai take such a risk, they might as well destroy this demon spirit as soon as possible. They may have lost track of Gongyu, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be able to trace him. If anything, they could use their sects to mobilize all the cultivators of the Southern Territory to seek him out. Then Gongyu wouldn't be able to hide no matter how hard he tried. Gao Shueting was going to destroy that half of the demon spirit as soon as she finished speaking, but Yang Kai arrived in front of the demon spirit in a flash, reached into the radiant sun mirror's light and grabbed the demon spirit. Junior brother, you? Gao Shueting's beautiful face paled. Yang Kai grinned at her. Rest assured, nothing bad will happen. I'll have to trouble everyone to stand guard for me. The others were all nervous around the demon spirit, but Yang Kai was completely undaunted. His years in the Thousand Illusions dream world made him realize that a trivial demon spirit couldn't do anything to him, because he also had the extremely pure ancient demon chi sealed inside of him. What's more, he also had an ancient demon's black eye. As they say, barefooted people were not afraid of those who wear shoes. But he couldn't explain that clearly to everyone, so he could only act first. Since things had already come to this, Gao Shueting had no way of stopping him any longer, so she simply reminded him, You must be careful. If anything goes wrong, let go immediately. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded his head. He then sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, using his divine sense to communicate with that half of the demon spirit, so he could search for Gong Yu's whereabouts. Chen Wenhao, Gao Shueting, and Feng Ming formed a triangle surrounding him. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's body and not moving for even an instant. If she found anything off, she would instantly envelop him with the light of the radiant sun mirror. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming exchanged glances, both of them seeing a trace of admiration in each other's eyes. This couldn't be helped. After all, they didn't have the guts to do the same as Yang Kai when faced with such a strange demon spirit. Yet this youth took the risk despite being the least powerful one of the group. This was something worthy of respect. It was also at this moment that they both truly felt that new geniuses emerged into the world in each age. They had cultivated to the second-order emperor realm, so their aptitudes were naturally among the highest in the star boundary. They were also leading figures when they were young, the rising stars of their generation, filled with vigor and determination, just like Yang Kai right now. Times changed, but what remained the same was the rise of talented people throughout the ages. There was silence all around, with the several dozen cultivators from that small sect below still not even daring to move. They were scattered all over the mountain peak, and had watched their sect master explode and die inexplicably. Trepidation and fear had already seeped deep into their bones, and they looked upon the 4 masters in the sky as if they were looking at gods without even so much as a thought of taking revenge for their sect master. They had no idea that their sect master's death was unrelated to Yang Kai and his group. They thought that their sect master had been killed by the man named Feng Ming, and further reinforced their beliefs that these masters from big sects were abominable people lacking in humanity. There was only darkness ahead, as if Yang Kai was walking in the land of nihility. There was no light around, nor any sound. There wasn't a single thing he could feel. He was using his mind to communicate with that half of the demon spirit, hoping to trace back to its source to look for the other half. As long as he could find the other half of the demon spirit, he would be able to find Gongyu. But progress was slow. It was Yang Kai's first time attempting such a thing and he was inexperienced, so he had to grope his way through the whole ordeal. He explored that endless darkness for a long time before changing his strategy, splitting some of his attention to sense the outside world. Finally, he got some results. In the darkness, Xianxia could feel that this half of the demon spirit had a vague but non-severable connection with something, and he began tracing that weak link. The darkness slowly changed. Something seemed to appear in his field of vision, but it was too blurry, so he couldn't see it properly. Xianxia pushed his spiritual energy and divine sense harder and harder, even absorbing the half-demon spirit into his own knowledge sea. Then, he scoured it with his spiritual energy, breaking through all its innate defenses. Slowly, his vision began to clear up. It seemed to be a mountain, a lonely mountain peak with a beautiful view, pleasant landscape, and rich world energy. Xianxia suddenly felt that this mountain peak looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, since the image wasn't too sharp, he didn't dare to confirm where it was so soon. This was apparently Gong Yu's surroundings that Xianxia was able to observe through the inextricable connection between the two halves of the demon spirit. As long as he could confirm the location of this mountain peak, he would be able to determine Gong Yu's location. Once again, he increased the intensity of his spiritual energy. This time, Xianxia saw even more. There was a figure on the mountain peak, and that person looked somewhat similar to Gong Yu. He was standing quietly in a certain spot of the mountain peak, not moving at all, as if he were dead. Xianxia's current situation was very peculiar. It was as if he was inside a dense ball of liquid, blurring his vision to the point that no matter how he tried he couldn't see clearly, making him feel anxious. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt like he heard something. The sound was like a faded echo, muffled and intermittent, making it hard for Xianxia to grasp onto it. The sound came again, and this time, Xianxia could hear it more clearly. It sounded like a dog barking, going wong wong wong. His vision moved, and Xianxia saw a small dog-like creature standing not far away from the blurred figure, barking vigorously. After barking for a while, that little thing actually pounced onto the figure and bit at it. The figure remained unmoving, as if he could not feel anything. It was at that moment that the man seemed to sense something. He suddenly raised his head and looked in Xianxia's direction. His sharp gaze seemed able to break through the many layers of obstacles and meet Xianxia's eyes across the endless void. The blurred view changed at that moment, becoming much clearer all of a sudden. Xianxia's body shook, his eyes snapped open and his jaw dropped. "Are you all right?" Gao Shueting's hands were covered in sweat. She hadn't been this nervous since before she broke through to the Emperor realm. But at this moment, she was speaking with a trembling voice, fearing that Xianxia's mind had been corrupted by the demon spirit. Xianxia shook his head, looking a little dazed. "Did you find him?" Chun Wenhao asked. "Spirit Sword Peak." Xianxia stared at Gao Shueting and muttered a response. Gao Shueting was stunned at his words. "What? Spirit Sword Peak? Gong Yu is an Azure Sun Temple, on my Spirit Sword Peak." Xianxia felt just how ridiculous his words were saying them. He had the constant feeling that what he saw just now wasn't real, that it was just an illusion, but there was nothing he could find that could prove it. Gong Yu is in Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming's eyes also went wide, obviously a little skeptical. "That's what I saw." Xianxia stood up and cast a spell to force out the demon spirit half from his knowledge sea before he crushed it with his hand. Since he had already tracked Gong Yu's whereabouts, this half of the demon spirit was no longer of any use to them. "How did he get to Azure Sun Temple?" Feng Ming asked. "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. Not only was Gong Yu at Azure Sun Temple, but he was also at his Spirit Sword Peak. Spirit Sword Peak was the spirit peak that Xianxia received after becoming an elder of the temple. It was in a relatively remote location, but whether it be the scenery or the world energy, it was fantastic, and it was also protected by a powerful spirit array. That was the reason why Xianxia felt that the peak looked familiar. Even though he had not been staying on Spirit Sword Peak for long, it was his territory after all, so how could it possibly not look familiar to him? Gong Yu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, so he had profound knowledge of spirit arrays. The spirit array on Spirit Sword Peak could block ordinary masters, but not necessarily Gong Yu. If that were all, then Yang Kai would have just thought that what he saw was just an illusion, a trick by Gong Yu to lead them in the wrong direction. However, that barking confirmed to him that Gong Yu really had gone to Azure Sun Temple and really was on his Spirit Sword Peak. Because there was indeed a black creature that looked similar to a puppy on Spirit Sword Peak. Even though the creature was a little strange, it had an inexplicable strength. However, Yang Kai had only seen it twice and didn't pay it too much attention. Why would Gong Yu go to the Azure Sun Temple? Is he seeking death? Chun Wenhao frowned. With Gong Yu's strength, he wouldn't be able to make it out alive if he bumped into the four of them. It was reasonable to say that he should find a place to hide, but of all places, he chose to run towards danger, heading all the way to Azure Sun Temple. The temple was full of powerful masters, so how could Gong Yu survive going there? I can't contact them. Junior brother? Can you try? Gao Shueting suddenly spoke after having been silent the whole while. After finding out that Gong Yu had gone to Azure Sun Temple, she immediately took out her own Jade Elder token and tried to contact her fellow elders inside the temple. To her surprise, her Jade Elder token wouldn't connect. Yang Kai quickly took out his Jade Elder token and immersed his divine sense into it. After a short while, he looked at Gao Shueting and shook his head. There's no response. This place was a little far from Azure Sun Temple, but of course it wasn't far enough to be uncontactable. If any elders in the temple received their message, then they would have given them a response right away. However, neither of them received a response in their attempts. Something happened to the temple. Gao Shueting's face changed. Let's go! Feng Ming shouted, also realizing the seriousness of the situation. Yang Kai immediately summoned his Flowing Clouds shuttle, and the four of them entered it in a line. Then, the Flowing Clouds shuttle made off like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of any eye. After the four people left, the disciples of the small sect who had been on edge the whole time gradually came back to their senses and fell to the ground, cold sweat covering their backs. They waited for a few moments to make sure that the senior experts really left far away and were not going to return before the remaining several dozen disciples began fighting each other for the position of sect master. Swords clashed as they engaged in a fierce battle for some time. Inside the Flowing Clouds shuttle, both Yang Kai and Gao Shueting had uneasy looks on their faces. Chun Wenhao reassured them. Even though I have no idea what Gong Yu is trying to do at the temple, he is undoubtedly throwing himself into the net. With Temple Master when standing guard at the temple, Gong Yu won't be able to stir up any waves, so do not fret. Perhaps Gong Yu will already be dead by the time we arrive. The worry on Gao Shueting's face did not diminish, but she still responded, I hope so. Looking at the situation, Yang Kai vaguely realized that something wasn't right and quietly sent a message to Gao Shueting. What's happening at the temple? Is it something I don't know? Gao Shueting glanced at him and answered, the temple master is occupied with something at the moment. If Gong Yu is really causing trouble inside the sect, then temple master won't be able to do anything. Still, senior brother Chiu and the others are there, Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting wasn't so sure. Senior brother Chiu and the others may be strong, but what I'm worried about is that they might fall for the demon spirit's tricks since they don't know about them. We can't get in contact with them now, and we have no idea what the situation is at the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, but why would he be there? I'm curious about that too. Yang Kai shook his head. Azure Sun Temple had many spirit peaks, but Gong Yu had to choose Spirit Sword Peak among all of them. Yang Kai even suspected that he was purposefully getting revenge on him because he had hindered the resurgence of the demon spirits inside the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was purely for revenge, then Gong Yu couldn't take such a huge risk. Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that Temple Master was occupied with something? Gao Shueting was silent for a moment, as if she was deliberating, and only answered after a short pause. Since you're already a temple elder, there's no reason not to tell you. Do you still remember when you tried to use the Divine Ascension mirror last time? But I stopped you. Of course I remember. What does that have to do with this though? Yang Kai didn't understand. It's Temple Master, Gao Shueting explained. I told you at the time that someone was using the Divine Ascension mirror, and that he was not to be disturbed. Do you know who it is? This was also something that perplexed Xianxia when it happened. The Divine Ascension Mirror was considered Azure Sun Temple Sect's supreme artifact, and the core of its heritage and foundation. It was precisely because of the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror that the masters in the temple had stronger soul cultivation than ordinary. However, it wasn't so easy for one to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate. Generally, disciples needed to attain great achievements to obtain a chance to go as a rare reward. Even as an elder, one had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points to enter, and no one was exempt. Elder contribution points were hard to come by, and 3,000 wasn't a small amount either. Moreover, as a newly conferred elder, Xianxia naturally had no such points. Now though, it seemed Gao Shueting did not stop him because his elder contribution points weren't sufficient, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror. Xianxia was curious who it was back then, but since he wasn't in a rush, he didn't pursue the matter. However, he didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring up this matter at this time. Who? Xianxia asked with a frown. He had the vague feeling that this person was probably someone very important. That person is closely related to Temple Master. It can even be said that he raised Temple Master and trained him personally. Gao Shueting glanced sideways at Xianxia, not mentioning the person directly by name. But Xianxia's body shook and the image of a person immediately came to mind as he exclaimed in realization, "So it's him!" Gao Shueting looked curiously at him. "You're much calmer about this than I expected." Xianxia vaguely realized what was going on and asked, "Did that sir enter the Divine Ascension world to try to separate their souls?" Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as he turned to Xianxia in astonishment. "How do you know about that?" Even she did not know too much about this secret. It was only because when Zishan had inadvertently leaked a few words about it in front of her that she was able to guess it. However, she didn't expect Xianxia to make this connection in a single go. No one could have such a terrifying deduction ability unless Xianxia knew something about it beforehand. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "The reason that Sir became like that actually has a little to do with me. With you." Gao Shueting was even more confused and stared at Xianxia, as if she were a tireless student seeking to learn about a domain she had never stepped foot in before. Xianxia briefly described what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to her. Then he added, "It was by coincidence that I encountered what I did, and luck that I made it out alive, but as a result of those many twists and turns, that Sir now seems to have a firm connection, that Sir's soul, forcing them to share one body. I didn't expect him to come back to the temple." "No, that's right, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a world of souls, and Senior Tianyan is also there. They may really be able to find a way to separate their souls in there." "So that's how it is." Gao Shueting was stunned. All the things she couldn't understand before became clear after receiving Xianxia's explanation. But she never thought that this matter would be related to him, and that he had the honor of being involved in a battle between two great emperors. Even though both great emperors were not at their peak during that fight, it still wasn't an opportunity that just anyone could encounter. The most shocking part was that Xianxia also played a role in it. If not for his efforts, then that Sir's soul may have been extinguished and perished along with the enemy. Even though the current situation didn't look good, at least their lives were retained. As long as they were alive, they were bound to be able to find a way to separate. It was because of that person's sensitive identity that Xianxia was not able to use the Divine Ascension Mirror during that time. Gao Shueting went on. "It seems they haven't made much progress though, so Temple Master himself went in to help. Right now, Temple Master's soul is in the Divine Ascension Mirror, and he knows nothing about what's going on outside. If Gongyu really silently infiltrated the temple, the others may not have been able to notice at all. So that's how it is." Xianxia nodded, understanding Gao Shueting's worries. After ending his divine sense conversation with Gao Shueting, Xianxia opened his eyes and declared, "I'm going to use my teleportation technique to speed up. Please do not resist if you feel any discomfort." Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming gently nodded at his words and looked curiously towards Xianxia. Even though they had long heard that Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space, just like that Sir from Spirit Beast Island, they had never seen it with their own eyes. This sort of mysterious power wasn't something that could be witnessed casually, especially from a master like Xianxia. So, They all looked on with great interest and waited in silence. Space principles surged from Yangkai and enveloped the entire flowing clouds shuttle. If the others had not been warned about it beforehand, then Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming definitely would have resisted after sensing this change. However, they were informed and knew what Yangkai was trying to do, so they relaxed and did not interfere with the flow of his principal strength. The flowing clouds shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and in the next moment, a sense of vertigo washed over Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, as well as a kind of desolate fear, like they had suddenly fallen into a bottomless abyss where they could neither hear, see, nor touch anything. But that feeling was very short-lived, disappearing in just the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing clouds shuttle re-emerged 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming exchanged glances, both of them clearly seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. They had heard rumors that cultivators proficient in the Tao of space were unmatched when it came to escaping, and now it seemed that the rumors were true. They were both second-order emperors, but it was still impossible for them to move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Perhaps with the help of some special artifacts they could achieve a similar feat, but it definitely wouldn't be as smooth as what Yangkai just did. With such a divine ability, as long as he wasn't trapped inside a sealed space, who in the world could stop Yangkai from coming and going as he pleased? No wonder Flower Shadow Great Emperor failed to take down that man from Spirit Beast Island despite far exceeding his strength during her pursuit. Masters of the Tao of space were as slippery as a loach. If the first strike misses, then it would be impossible to catch their tracks after that. The flowing clouds shuttle constantly shook, vanishing and then reappearing 1,000 kilometers into the distance after each tremble. The three other masters in the shuttle were increasingly in awe of Yangkai's space technique. At the beginning, Yangkai's aura was strong and steady, his face calm and collected, but he gradually began to struggle as time went on. The amount of energy drained from him to instantaneously move 3 Emperor Realm Masters and an Emperor Artifact at the same time was immense. But they were in an urgent situation right now, so Yangkai couldn't care too much about this excessive consumption. His only thought was to rush back to the temple as soon as possible. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before signaling Gao Shueting to take over control of the flowing clouds shuttle. Then, he sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming could see clearly that all of the spirit pills Yangkai stuffed into his mouth were Emperor pills. Each one of them was worth a fortune, but he chewed them just like candy before swallowing them all down. Even if the two of them had always been in high positions, seeing this still made their faces twitch as they cursed this black sheep in their hearts. Their gazes next turned to the flowing clouds shuttle they were riding, which was clearly a flight-type Emperor artifact of immeasurable value. Even they did not possess such a treasure. They couldn't figure it out no matter how they racked their brains. How did this boy manage to amass such a huge fortune despite being so young? Compared to him, they were simply no different from poor country bumpkins. Where was their dignity as second-order emperors? The 3 people took turns to control the flower clouds shuttle, so the consumption was not too big and they were able to maintain their peak state so that they could deal with any possible dangers. Once Yangkai was done recovering and able to use his space principles again, their speed once again rapidly increased. With that, the 4 of them arrived at Azure Sun Mountain Range after 3 days. Sweeping through the mountain range with their divine senses, they didn't find anything unusual. It looked just like usual, with many disciples of the temple doing their jobs around the staggered peaks. There were simply no signs of an attack having been made. This allowed Yangkai and Gao Shueting, who were anxious the whole time, to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing clouds shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the 4 exited. But instantly, Gao Shueting noticed something wrong. A strange barrier had appeared right outside the sect defending array. The barrier wasn't very strong and was very well hidden, so if not for Gao Shueting's understanding of the sect's protective barrier, she may not have been able to tell it was there at all. And, from the traces of the barrier, she could see that it was clearly set up just a few days ago. Yangkai pondered for a moment before taking out his Jade Elder token and pouring his divine sense into it. After some probing, he quickly said, "It was Gong Yu's doing. It was this barrier that blocked our connection with the temple. That abominable bastard." Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, the radiant sun mirror appearing above her head and releasing a blazing ray of light towards the barrier. With a bang, the ground began to shake, and the thin and weak barrier was immediately broken. Which bastard dares? Elder Gao, Elder Yang? A disciple flew out from inside in an aggressive state. However, he immediately shriveled up as soon as he saw Gao Shueting and quickly bowed. Has there been anything unusual about the temple these past few days? Gao Shueting asked the disciple. The disciple didn't dare to look at her, and he had no idea why he was asked this question, but still answered promptly, "Everything is as usual." Gao Shueting didn't ask anything more. She knew this disciple knew nothing, so she quickly urged, "To Spirit Sword Peak." As she turned around and rushed out, she sent a message into her Jade Elder token to alert the others. Spirit Sword Peak was located in a remote location on the outskirts of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai chose this location on purpose due to it being more remote, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole for Gongyu to exploit. Halfway there, streams of light flew over from all around Azure Sun Temple, gathering in a group. Other than those who were outside the sect or in secluded retreat, all Emperor Realm Elders were there. Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran was also present, and after greeting Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, he turned to Gao Shueting and asked, "What happened?" From the atmosphere, he could vaguely guess that something big had taken place. Otherwise, it was impossible for Gao Shueting to rush into the temple with the elders of two other sects. As far as he knew, they should be in the southern swamp right now. The last time Yang Kai sent them a message, he told them about what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. "Gongyu is on Spirit Sword Peak," Gao Shueting answered. "What?" Qiu Ran was shocked. "Gongyu? Which Gongyu?" He simply couldn't believe her words. He was even wondering whether Gao Shueting had made a mistake. "It's the Gongyu that junior brother Yang mentioned before. The former patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. How could Gongyu be on Spirit Sword Peak?" Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kuan, the one who was responsible for maintaining the sect's spirit array and safety. If Gongyu invaded the temple and entered Spirit Sword Peak, then it would have been his fault. Yu Kuan was covered in cold sweat. "I'm not sure. I didn't receive any suspicious reports." Yang Kai cut in. "Gongyu is highly proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. If he really wanted to sneak into any sect, he would definitely be able to find a way. The temple has been safe this whole time, so the sect defending array clearly wasn't broken. Gongyu must have exploited some weakness in it, so it's normal for him to be able to sneak in. Right now, we need to understand why he came to the temple, and why he's on my Spirit Sword Peak. Yes, Gongyu's actions are extremely suspicious, and we have no idea what his situation is right now, so all of you must be careful later." Chen Wenhao nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran nodded lightly as well. Stroking his long beard, he began to ponder. Yu Kuan looked at Yang Kai in gratitude while he cursed Gongyu in his heart. "There is one thing I must tell everyone. The demon spirit has many mysterious tricks that are hard to handle, so all of you must guard your minds carefully. Never give the demon spirit a chance to take advantage of you." Gao Shueting reminded everyone seriously. The several elders from Azure Sun Temple all nodded their heads and used their soul secret techniques to strengthen the defenses of their knowledge seas. After a half cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at Spirit Sword Peak. Nothing seemed different in Spirit Sword Peak since Yang Kai's last departure. Other than the fact that the protective array was open, there was only one other anomaly: a figure sitting cross-legged in the open space on top of the mountain, remaining motionless as if he were dead. There was also a jet-black little beast lying down by his side, looking comfortable. Its short tail would wag around randomly, and when the group of people came over, it raised its eyes to look at them but did not make any moves. Shwa shwa shwa, the nearly 10 Emperor Realm Masters scattered, surrounding Spirit Sword Peak in an airtight formation. Gongyu slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze swept around, finally fixing on Yang Kai. His dark eyes were a sight that sent shivers down the backs of all those who were seeing them for the first time. They were just like a bottomless pit that could devour everything. "You've arrived." Gongyu spoke softly, sounding quite exhausted. as if he didn't even have the energy to speak louder. Should this old master call you Gong Yu, or by another name? Feng Ming sneered. Just by looking at Gong Yu's state, he could not figure out whether this man had lost himself or not, and whether or not he had been overtaken by that demon spirit. He didn't even know if that demon spirit had the ability to take over another person. Even though the current Gong Yu was good study material, there was no way for them to examine him safely now. This old master is Gong Yu. Gong Yu of the Gong family. Gong Yu answered his question. Feng Ming threw his head back in laughter. You still have the face to mention the Gong family? The Gong family's reputation will be forever disgraced after this incident, and you will be remembered as the greatest sinner in the Gong family for ages to come. Gong Yu shook his head. Is the pursuit of power a sin? If so, then all of you here are sinners. Feng Ming coldly snorted. There are innumerable grand Daos in the world, with paths thin and thick to follow. Yet you chose to traverse the moor. What power do you seek to pursue there? Gong Yu responded indifferently. As long as it fits, everything will fall into place. The Grand Tao is a path, but who are you to say what is a moor and what is not? All Daos lead to the same end. Nonsense. Feng Ming's beard curled in anger. Gong Yu announced proudly. If there is no path in the moor, then allow this old master to tread a road through it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Gong Yu smirked. Naturally, it is impossible for this Gong to do it alone. However, there will be more who follow me. Chun Wenhao sighed. Brother Gong, you've really been taken over by that demon. What he had with Gong Yu could be described in some way as friendship, so before coming here, he thought about whether or not he could find the opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing him with his own eyes, Chun Wenhao knew it was impossible. Gong Yu's body was not taken over. In other words, the demon spirit didn't have the ability to seize someone's body. However, Gong Yu had gone through demonification. His mind had been warped under the influence of the demon spirit, changing him into an unrecognizable shadow of his former self. Such a man was extremely dangerous as no one knew what he was capable of. Inside, Chun Wenhao gave up on wanting to help him. Demonification. Gong Yu smiled. I've just found a suitable Dao for myself. That's not your own Dao, Yang Kai quickly said. Gong Yu looked at him. And what about you? Are all of you walking your own Daos? The paths you are all walking on are paths opened up by others before you. And who can prove that the Dao you're following is the right one? In my opinion, you're only picking up the scraps of others. Yang Kai said solemnly. We may be following the Daos of our predecessors, but we all strive hard to better ourselves and advance that path. But you, old patriarch Gong, your path has deviated from the Grand Dao. You'll never reach the end. You'll just become a slave to the demon spirit. It was not known which of his words stimulated Gong Yu, but his expression suddenly turned dark, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. Nonsense! This old master has never felt stronger. Who can enslave this old master? Yang Kai thought about it for a moment but decided not to dwell on the issue. Instead, he asked, May I ask old patriarch Gong why you took great risks to come to Azure Sun Temple's Spirit Sword Peak? What about this place attracted you? Gong Yu smiled but did not speak, appearing quite mysterious. Yang Kai continued, It seems like there's something about this place that drew you here. Is something related to the demon race here? Could there be another ancient demon's relic here? Oh! Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You actually know about the ancient demons? Yang Kai sneered. I probably know much more than you do. No wonder. Gong Yu looked at Yang Kai with interest, as if he'd discovered something. No wonder you felt different to me. It turns out you are the same as this old master. Yang Kai said, You're wrong. We pursue different paths. Words can deceive, but your body can't. I can sense it. It's inside you. Gong Yu's expression suddenly became spirited, and he couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Why remain so stubborn? Yang Kai shook his head, not arguing with him anymore. Gong Yu had already been corrupted by the demon spirit, so his thoughts and ideas were now different from normal people. There was no sense in arguing with him. However, Chen, Wenhao and the others were now looking at Yang Kai suspiciously. They had no idea what Gongyu meant by his words, and whatever it was he mentioned inside of Yang Kai's body made them extremely concerned. Gongyu laughed. One day you will discover that the Tao this old master chose is the correct one. This old master wishes that day will come soon enough. Whether that day comes or not, I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to see it. Feng Ming scoffed, reaching his hand out towards the air and gripping down. His flying thunder spear appeared, brimming with a cold light. Brandishing his spear, he thrust the tip towards Gongyu while shouting, "This old master will tell you now which Tao is the true one." His strike was just like a flood dragon going out to sea, majestic and indomitable. His spear that brought together all the power in Feng Ming's body dazzled the First Order Emperor Realm Elders of the Azure Sun Temple. It felt like everything in the world could turn to dust under the tip of his spear. Faced with Feng Ming's stunning blow, Gongyu did not try to dodge, but instead smiled. Even though this old master knows that his time is running out, there's no way he will possibly surrender without a fight. If you want to take this old master's life, then all of you will have to bring out some real skill. While speaking, Gongyu grabbed the little puppy by his side and threw it towards Feng Ming. The little puppy was clearly a little confused at the sudden situation and it barked a few times, probably overwhelmed by fright. Both its round eyes were filled with panic as its limbs wiggled mid-air. Feng Ming frowned, having no idea what Gongyu intended to do. He could not perceive any threat from this dog-like little beast at all. For an existence as weak and insignificant as this monster beast, Feng Ming could easily make it die a violent death just by snorting at it. For that reason, Feng Ming did not withdraw. The only target in his eyes was Gongyu. As for the little puppy that had been thrown out, it would probably be smashed into a blood mist from the pressure of his spear alone. Gongyu's hands suddenly weaved a series of complicated seals as he aimed in the little puppy's direction. Suddenly, as if the wild nature buried deep inside its bones had been awakened, the panic disappeared instantly from the little puppy's eyes, replaced by a look of indescribable ferocity. Its eyes were filled with a destructive light, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. It stopped barking meaninglessly and instead opened its mouth wide at Feng Ming. The puppy was not very big to begin with, at most a third of a meter long, so at the very most it could barely fit a fist into its open mouth. But that mouth suddenly stretched apart, becoming as big as a house, completely overshadowing the little puppy's body, as if it was the only thing left of it. It was a very strange sight. Everyone had their attention on Gongyu the whole time, and even though they saw the little puppy when they arrived, they didn't pay too much attention to it. It wasn't until now that they all realized that this little puppy was not as harmless as it appeared. Everyone was somewhat stunned. The group of emperors which had been on guard the whole time all unleashed their divine abilities at that moment, sending a blast of attacks towards the giant mouth together. The scene of nearly 10 Emperor Realm Masters joining forces, including several second-order emperors, was spectacular. The light from all the secret techniques and divine abilities was dazzling, and the might of their emperor artifacts were unbridled, throwing the surrounding world energy into chaos. Feng Ming also reacted in time and a light burst forth from his flying thunder spear, exploding directly in front of him. All of their attacks poured into that huge mouth, but it was just like a stone sinking into the sea, causing no reaction at all. Mouth closing, the little puppy swallowed Feng Ming into its belly. See, there were sounds of people gasping, and everyone could feel their scalp tingling as they looked at the little beast with shocked faces. Their eyes had gone so wide that they were nearly coming out of their heads. Yang Kai was also stunned. He had seen that little puppy twice before. The first time was when all the elders of Azure Sun Temple had gotten drunk, and the second was while he was arranging his hidden space array. Other than the fact that the demon chi inside his dantian moved a little the second time he saw it, there was nothing else special about this puppy. But now he realized he was clearly mistaken. This little puppy had likely inherited the bloodline of some exotic ancient beast. Otherwise, it couldn't have such a strange ability. It managed to swallow a second-order Emperor Realm Master in one gulp, and even if Feng Ming had underestimated his opponent and been caught off guard, this was still a shocking development. After swallowing Feng Ming, that gigantic mouth disappeared, and the little puppy went back to its original size. However, it still retained a violent and aggressive stance. With what happened to Feng Ming as a precedent, how could the others dare to step forward so easily? Every emperor present fell back while using their long-range divine abilities to attack. The giant mouth appeared again, swallowing the attacks of the many emperor realm masters. The giant mouth was just like a bottomless pit swallowing up everything cleanly no matter how many things were thrown into it. Gong Yu remained hiding behind the black puppy, constantly forming seals with his hands, seemingly commanding the beast to fight with his enemies. Despite facing off against so many masters, Gong Yu didn't fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. There were several times when Yang Kai thought of teleporting to Gong Yu's position and catching him that way. But Gong Yu seemed to have anticipated his plans in advance and stopped him. The divine sense of all the Emperor Realm Masters surged, but even after some quick exchanges, nobody was able to figure out what sort of bloodline this little black puppy had inherited. Its ability to devour everything was unheard of, and nobody dared to take any risks on an untrodden path lest they end up in the same situation as Feng Ming. There indeed existed many powerful beasts in ancient times, among them many divine spirits who were the strongest of all. Each of these divine spirits had the ability to move mountains and overturn the seas, but no one here had heard of an ability as strange as the one this black puppy presented. During the midst of the battle, a thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he muttered, "A demon beast?" Gong Yu, who had been sitting behind the black puppy and using it as a shield, smirked. "You really are different from the rest. You know quite a lot. Indeed, this little beast carries a faint bloodline of the Abyssal Returner. It's neither pure nor rich, but it is still an astonishing coincidence. If you wish to kill this old master, then you must pass it first." Abyssal Returner? The Emperor Realm Masters were all somewhat taken aback as none of them had ever heard of such a beast before. Even Elder Chun Qian, who was most familiar with the history books, came up empty. But undeniably, this black puppy with its trace of Abyssal Returner bloodline was heaven-defyingly strong. Under Gong Yu's command, it was able to literally take a bite out of the void each time it snapped its jaws. The entire world was just like a delicious cake in front of it, and each bite left a mark that was unable to heal even after a long time. After several attempts to fight the puppy, Spirit Sword Peak was filled with void tears. Everywhere you looked, it was as if numerous inkblots were accidentally spilled over a beautiful landscape painting. Each one of those holes exuded a chaotic aura of nothingness which, while seemingly empty, held a great deal of lethality. So everyone had to mind their surroundings so as not to fall into danger. Only Yang Kai moved freely like a fish swimming in water. Through the field of void tears, he leapt about while looking for opportunities to get by the Abyssal Returner and attack Gong Yu directly. There were several times where he nearly succeeded, but the Abyssal Returner would always snap right back at him, forcing him to temporarily retreat. "We can't delay this any longer. I'm worried Brother Feng won't hold out," Chan Wenhao shouted and declared with a solemn expression. "The moon waxes only to wane, and the water surges only to overflow. Everyone, please lend me your power." At the end of his sentence, a dazzling light suddenly emitted from his flowing water sword. As his emperor pressure spread out, it was as if his whole person had become an all-conquering sword, radiating a stinging sword intent. The world energy within a radius of a few dozen kilometers all began to gather towards the flowing water sword. Everyone's eyes lit up at his words, and prepared their own skills. Gong Yu's brow wrinkled slightly, but his hands kept moving. With nearly 10 Emperor Realm Masters exerting their full strength, it was as if the entire Azure Sun Temple was thrown into turmoil. With Spirit Sword Peak as its center, it felt like a huge vortex had appeared in the area, drawing in all the world energy within 1,000 kilometers radius. All sorts of fierce and surging divine abilities were brewing and taking shape. Endless Sword Dao. Chun Wenhao was the first to strike. As his flowing water sword cut towards the front, it brought with it a storm of world energy that was visible to the naked eye. Within that huge wave, countless sword lights were constantly devouring and spitting out everything in its path, seemingly able to destroy all in its way. Life or death seal. One seal to discern life or death. 9 suns radiant shine. Yin-yang inversion. Shatter the universe. Time flows on infinitely, like a mighty stream, like an unending dream. Many divine abilities shot out together, causing the sky to shatter and the world to invert, speeding forward in a rumble. With so many Emperor Realm Masters working together, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have their corpse ripped into 10,000 pieces if they tried to obstruct them. Gong Yu's expression turned solemn as the seals on his hands changed even faster. There was a roar that shook the world. The Abyssal Returner's body remained unchanged, but its mouth suddenly opened larger than all the previous times. It now seemed big enough to swallow half a mountain, and the darkness it displayed seemed as if it was connected to another world. When their powerful attacks landed in its mouth, a ripple that was visible to the naked eye splashed out, but those soon disappeared. In just 3 breaths, the Abyssal Returner swallowed up all of their attacks and closed its mouth at once. Its 1/3 of a meter-long body was now swaying in midair as if it were drunk, and its body was giving off an unstable glow. The hearts of the nearly 10 Emperor Realm Masters sank dramatically as all their faces turned ugly. Even Chen Wenhao's confidence was very shaken. He asked everyone to join hands in hopes that he could use this method to swell the Abyssal Returner to bursting. But just as he said, the moon waxes only to wane, and the water surges only to overflow. Even though the Abyssal Returner's ability to seemingly devour all creation was profound and mysterious, there had to be a limit. As long as it reached that limit, they would be able to defeat it. But this time, even under their joint efforts, they failed to do anything to it, which was far from his expectations. Again, it can't hold out any longer. Yang Kai's shout suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. As if they had all found their courage, the masters once again raised their spirits and sent out their divine abilities. A few moments later, there was a rumble. The Abyssal Returner opened its mouth wide again, but things were a little different this time. The Abyssal Returner seemed to be showing an extremely pained expression, a discovery that excited everyone. They felt that they were not far away from victory. And as expected, when the Abyssal Returner opened its mouth this time, it was unable to swallow all the attacks. After absorbing half of them, it suddenly shut its mouth, and the rest of the attacks brushed past its body, the furious force of it cutting it into a bloody mess and leaving not a single part unharmed. Its physical body did not seem to be that strong. It was only its special innate divine ability that was tricky to deal with. It staggered with its mouth tightly closed. Its stomach was constantly squirming as if something was brewing inside of it. It would be impolite if I did not reciprocate, so you should take this old master's moves too, Gong Yu said with a profound smile on his face. Then, he extended his right hand in front of his chest, interlocking his thumb and ring finger, his other 3 fingers pointing up. As he spoke, he moved his wrist forward. Everyone was greatly alarmed as an aura of death had inexplicably enveloped them. This type of feeling sent chills through many of them, making their hands and feet go cold. The Abyssal Returner suddenly opened its mouth, and a dazzling light spewed out from its maw with a familiar aura. This? Chen Wenhao exclaimed with a stunned expression of horror. What the Abyssal Returner spat out turned out to be the divine abilities that they cast before. Only this time the target was not the enemy, but them. Nobody expected the Abyssal Returner to have such a strange ability. Not only could it swallow a person's attacks, but it could also spit them back out intact. The group was instantly thrown into misfortune. For the sake of ending the battle quickly, the emperors had used their most powerful divine abilities, unleashing them without reservation. All of a sudden, though, their attacks had become a sharp weapon in the enemy's hands, and the sudden change in the situation put everyone at a loss. The swarm of attacks came so suddenly that nobody could react. All of them could only hastily gather their Emperor Qi to protect themselves. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flew forward and instantly arrived above the group, space principles fluctuating as he slammed down a palm. Without any warning, he and the other Emperor Realm Masters suddenly disappeared without a trace. The powerful divine abilities hit nothing but air, collapsing space as they flew forward before crashing into the big and small mountain peaks in the distance. The entire Azure Sun Temple was shaken by the impact and everyone began to panic. Countless disciples were looking in worry towards the collapsed peaks, not knowing what had happened. They had never encountered anything like this since the founding of the temple. Thousands of meters away, some figures suddenly appeared from the void. It was Xianxia and the others, each of them with a look of lingering fear on their faces. Xianxia was also pale-faced and trembling violently. The amount of energy consumed when he tried to forcibly use his space principles on the others without their cooperation was immense, especially with this many masters. This single move emptied his reserves entirely. Currently, it took all his energy to even stand. Instantaneous movement. Gong Yu's gaze turned dark. He turned his head towards the distance and his face was twitching slightly, hatred filling his eyes. He was obviously blaming Xianxia for ruining his good deed. If Xianxia had not interfered just now, then that sudden attack would have been enough to kill or injure at least half of the Emperor Realm Masters present. But due to Xianxia's presence, that group was able to escape this crisis unscathed. Gao Shueting reached out to hold Xianxia's arm and support him to prevent him from falling, and Xianxia nodded in thanks. He quickly caught his breath in order to calm the roiling blood in his chest. Suddenly, there was a whimper. The abyssal returner that looked just like a puppy actually uttered a sad cry, seemingly enduring incredible pain. At the moment, its appearance looked miserable. They had no idea what method Gong Yu used before in order to stimulate the power of its bloodline and allow it to take on so many Emperor Realm Masters by itself for such a long amount of time. However, it was no longer any threat after reaching its limit. After being swept up by so many divine abilities, its body lay bloodied and covered in terrible injuries that were hard to look at. Gong Yu glanced at it and clearly sensed something. Smiling, he said, "Well, it's just about time anyway." None of them knew what he meant by that, but at the end of his sentence, the abyssal returner suddenly heaved a few times before its mouth burst open, transforming into that monstrously big mouth from before in an instant. A cold aura emerged from that huge mouth, and a man and spear seemed to have been released from the abyss and spiraled out from within. The moment he saw light again, Feng Ming was clearly dumbfounded. He had been swallowed and surrounded by boundless darkness with no light or sound. Fortunately, he did not suffer any harm. It seemed like he was just sucked into a strange world. He would occasionally find a glimmer of light appearing in that world, and he tried his best to follow it until he finally broke free. Sweeping a glance over the scene, Feng Ming made a determination to kick the abyssal returner who was still retching beside him and sent it flying out of sight. Then, like a dragon, his spear was thrust towards Gong Yu who was sitting at the side. Gong Yu did not dodge this life or death crisis. He didn't even have the slightest intention to resist. His aura had been very weak this whole time, and he had been depending on that abyssal returner's strange ability in order to hold off so many Emperor Realm Masters. But now that the abyssal returner was no longer useful, he wouldn't be able to defeat the enraged Feng Ming even if he tried to resist. He faced the call of death with a calm expression, as if he had already seen through the meaning of life. With a piercing noise, the tip of the spear thrust through Gong Yu's chest, leaving a hole where his squirming 5 viscera and 6 organs could be seen. However, Gong Yu just laughed. "Killing me alone is useless. Time will prove that I made the right choice, and that you've all chosen wrong." "Foolish nonsense." Feng Ming coldly snorted. Emperor Qi surging, the roar of a beast was released from his flying thunder spear, followed by Gong Yu's body bursting apart into a mist of blood, leaving no bones behind. A small black light flew out at that moment, but Feng Ming reacted quickly and thrust his spear over, popping it directly. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and turn to the group. "Are you all right?" Chen Wenhao's complexion did not look good, but he shook his head. "We're unharmed, all thanks to Elder Yang. What about you, Brother Feng? How are you feeling?" Feng Ming shook his head. "I am also unharmed, but I must check my condition carefully. That thing was truly too strange." "What did Gong Yu mean just now?" Gao Shueting's eyebrows were furrowed. She kept on thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't figure out what they meant. Still, they filled her with anxiety, as if something bad was going to happen in the future. Nobody knew the meaning of Gong Yu's last words. Just as the group was lost in thought, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance. Both the ground and the mountain peaks began to shake and stir, as if something had been cracked apart. Then, one after another, black lights suddenly rose up from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak, turning into streams of light that flew out in all directions. Demon spirits? How could there be so many demon spirits? Looking up, Gao Shueting's beautiful face lost all color in an instant. The black lights were clearly the same as the ones that corrupted Gong Yu's mind. They were the remnant demon spirits, but their numbers were in the hundreds, possibly reaching 1,000 in total. Like fireworks exploding in the sky, they shot off towards the horizon. How can this be? Chun Wenhao was also dumbfounded at the sight. Qiu Ran and the others were seeing demon spirits for the first time. But even though they had no idea how powerful they were, they could still sense that these things were tough to deal with, and each one of them had serious looks on their faces. Spirit Sword Peak is an ancient demon sealing ground. Yang Kai coughed, appearing extremely weak. The reason Gong Yu came here was so that he could break the seal and release the other demon spirits. Gao Shueting was shocked at his words and turned over to look at him. Junior brother, you mean to say that this place is the same as the southern swamp? Yang Kai answered, there's no other explanation besides that. Everyone's attention was drawn to the ancient cave mansion in the southern swamp, but no one expected that demons would be sealed under Azure Sun Temple Spirit Sword Peak as well. Since Gong Yu's mind had been invaded by a demon spirit, he obviously knew this. That's why he went around the sun to reach the moon, coming straight here in order to break the seal with the help of his spirit array attainments to release even more demon spirits. The reason he did not resist in the face of death was first because he could not resist, and secondly because there was no need to, because even if he died, his mission had already been completed. Just as he said before, many more would now follow in his footsteps. Damn it! Gao Shueting gritted her teeth. Open the sect defending array. These things must be stopped as soon as possible. If they're allowed to escape. Yang Kai spoke urgently, but he had only spoken halfway before a sudden change occurred. Another rumble rang out, followed by a loud laugh that reached everyone's ears. Yang Kai's words came to an abrupt halt as he looked towards the direction of that voice with utmost shock. He could already tell who that voice belonged to. Initially, the laughter was somewhat restrained, as if the person was stunned. But as time passed, it became more and more unrestrained and savage. A stream of light came from the distance, and the laughter was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a scraggly old man with an all-white beard appeared not far in front of them, and an indescribable pressure suddenly descended from the sky, as if a mountain was pressed down on each person's heart. Even breathing was becoming difficult for many of the Emperor Realm Masters present. Yang Kai had been in a bad state to begin with, so this sudden pressure caused fresh blood to spill from the corners of his mouth. The old man stood mid-air and stopped his laughter before his gaze swept over the crowd lightly, his eyes soon fixing on Yang Kai as he grinned. Oh, little brat, you're here too. Truly, there is nowhere that we do not meet in life. Yang Kai frowned. He had the constant feeling that something wasn't quite right. The old man in front of him was not different from the one in his memories, but his temperament was very different. In his memory, the elderly man was wise and carefree, but the man in front of him now was covered in a malevolent aura. Gao Shueting's expression turned solemn, and she quickly said, "Greetings, great emperor." Qiu Ran also quickly saluted him. Everyone else was shocked, including the other elders of the temple. They knew nothing about this man, but Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting actually called him a great emperor. There were only a few great emperors in this world, so which venerated figure was this man? Feng Ming and Chun Wenhao looked at each other, and could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Gao Shueting explained, "This is Senior Hong Chun." What? The two men were shocked, but they didn't dare to delay, both of them cupping their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Hong Chun." Among the 10 great emperors, other than the few who founded their own sects, the rest were hidden dragons who show their tails but never their face, of which Bustling World Great Emperor was the most mysterious. That was because he cultivated the Bustling World Tao, and to do so, he would assume 1,000 disguises and travel through the bustling world in them, experiencing all kinds of lives. Among the beggars on the streets, the woodcutters in the mountains, the pimps in the brothels, and the dignitaries in the court, his figure may perhaps be seen. Only nobody could recognize him. They may brush shoulders with him or even share a drink and a song with him, but nobody really recognized his identity. Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao had never met the bustling world-great emperor before, but they were convinced of Gao Shuiting's words. Because rumor had it that Azure Sun Temple was very close with the bustling world-great emperor, especially the temple master Wen Zishan, who was known to be like a son to him. Otherwise, how could Azure Sun Temple become one of the Southern Territory's top sects in just a short few years? It had to be known that other than the Azure Sun Temple, the other top sects all had inheritances passed down for many generations, with Heavenly Martial Holy Land being able to trace its lineage back tens of thousands of years. Duan Hongchun received their greeting with a mere smile, but it was as if he did not hear them, his eyes fixed on Yang Kai with interest the whole time. Gao Shuiting followed up, "Sir, the demon spirits have resurfaced and the temple is in crisis. Please lend us your aid." Yang Kai gently patted Gao Shuiting's arm and shook his head. "Stop, he's not Senior Hongchun." "Ha!" Gao Shuiting was stunned. Then, as if remembering something, her tender body trembled and she looked at Duan Hongchen with great fear. Both Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao were bewildered. They were completely confused when they heard Yang Kai's words. Gao Shuiting said that the man in front of them was the bustling world-great emperor, but Yang Kai disagreed. Yet, the old man did not try to refute anything, leaving the two outsiders a little puzzled. "Wu Kuang, how did you get out? What did you do with Senior Hongchen?" Yang Kai asked in a grim voice, his gaze icy cold. Duan Hongchen smiled and pointed his finger to his head and said, "Since this king has come out, what do you think happened to that old fart? Hongchen? He has already been devoured by this king." "Ha ha ha ha! Impossible!" Yang Kai shouted. Wu Kuang's laughter stopped abruptly, and his voice turned cold. "You little brat! How long have you lived? What do you know of this king's divine ability?" What a joke that Hongchen thought he could imprison this king in a mere mirror. Instead, he made this king whole. Truly, his foolishness is laughable. Under this king's heaven-devouring battle law, how could he resist? How could anyone resist? Heaven-devouring battle law? Both Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao looked shocked, and they both took a few steps back. They had naturally heard of this infamous secret art before. This was the most powerful and most evil secret art in the history of the star boundary. It was the cause of the battle of great emperors and gave rise to the shattered star sea. Even now, tens of thousands of years later, the name of this secret art was still familiar to all masters. Chen Wenhao frowned and asked hesitantly, "Your Excellency couldn't be..." He dared not continue his sentence as fear of that mighty name had not diminished even tens of thousands of years after his supposed death. Wu Kuang proudly announced, "That's right. This king is the Heaven Devourer. Gudong." The sounds of many Emperor Realm Masters gulping could be heard as each one of them took up a defensive stance. Sorrow suddenly welled up in their hearts, but they simply did not know what else to do. Gong Yu had just broken the seal containing the demon spirits hidden below Spirit Sword Peak, releasing them into the world, and now a man came out and proclaimed himself the feared heaven-devouring great emperor. On this one day, more happened in the Azure Sun Temple than in the past 800 years combined. "Where's Wen Zishan? What have you done with him?" Gao Shuiting asked in a trembling voice. Wen Zishan should have been helping the bustling world great emperor separate their souls. But Wu Kuang had come out possessing Duan Hongchen's body. Since there was no news about Wen Zishan at all, Gao Shuiting couldn't help but worry. "Humph! Who is this Wen Zishan you speak of? This king crushed a lot of bugs to death earlier. Who knows if he was one of them?" Gao Shuiting's pretty face paled, and she almost fell limp on the ground. Wu Kuang scanned the Emperor Realm Masters present with a burning gaze, fingers lifting up while he counted, 1, 2, 3. Yang Kai's face was cold. "Wu Kuang, what are you doing?" Wu Kuang laughed. "Not bad. There are 9 Emperor Realm insects in total. This king is still weak after just reviving, so you're just the nutrition I need. Even though none of you are very strong, you're plump enough." The moment those words were spoken, everyone's face changed dramatically. All of them had heard of the infamous heaven-devouring battle law and knew what this evil secret art was all about. It was a secret art that could devour anything, and legends told that the number of star fields destroyed by this heaven-devouring great emperor was countless. Back then, all the cultivation stars in the lower planes star boundary that he had visited became desolate dead stars, drained of all of their vitality and all life being scoured from their surface. So, when they heard Wuquang say this, they all knew what he intended to do. They could no longer worry about the escaping demon spirits. Each one of the Emperor Realm Masters began circulating their Emperor Qi in preparation to face off against this terrifying foe. Wuquang frowned at that moment, but then suddenly grinned again. "Ha ha ha. Why so nervous? It was just a little joke. This king has just been freed, so he is in a good mood. A killing spree would spoil this joyous occasion, so I'll let you all off this time." No one responded. None of them knew what this madman really meant, but they did not dare to speak easily for fear of angering him. Wuquang snickered, seemingly finding no meaning in continuing this conversation either. He then turned his head towards a certain direction and grasped towards the void. His movements were calm and relaxed, but when he opened his palm again, a black light was in his grip. No one knew where he caught this black light from. What an interesting little thing. A demon spirit that the Emperor Realm Masters couldn't even hide in time from was now held in Wuquang's hand as he studied it with interest. The black light actually stayed obediently in place without any intention of corrupting him, just as if it were a dead object. "It's all thanks to your help that this king was set free, and so I'll lend you a hand." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand towards a point. The air trembled as if something had been broken. Naturally, it was the sound of the sect defending array being shattered. Qiu Ran had just quietly ordered the activation of the sect defending array, and it was actually broken open just like that. The entire Azure Sun Temple was just like a balloon with a hole in it. All the demon spirits trapped inside were able to find an escape route and swiftly fled through it, disappearing from sight. Yang Kai and the rest could only watch helplessly. Wuquang swept his eyes over them again, smiling. "See you next time. This king will not show mercy again, so be careful. The outside world is very dangerous." Cackling, his body transformed into a stream of light before rushing out of the gap in the array. It wasn't until he disappeared from everyone's view that the Emperor Realm Masters could finally breathe. Just for a moment, they were clearly able to perceive Wuquang's murderous intent. Even though they had no idea why Wuquang changed his mind at the last moment, they still felt extremely lucky to have retained their lives. "Quick! To the restricted area!" Gao Shueting shouted, forcefully composing herself as she flew in that direction. Qiu Ran and the others were also concerned about Wen Zishan's safety, so they quickly followed her as well. Yang Kai turned to Chan Wenhao and Feng Ming. "There's a demon sealing ground below Spirit Sword Peak. I must trouble the two of you to investigate the area carefully." Chan Wenhao nodded. "Just leave this to Brother Feng and I. You should also be careful on your side." Yang Kai nodded before he quickly followed after Gao Shueting and the rest. There were several restricted areas in Azure Sun Temple, but the most important one was the belly of the mountain where the Divine Ascension Mirror sat. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's greatest secret, and even ordinary disciples have no idea it existed. The last time Yang Kai was able to enter it for training was as a reward from Wen Zishan for the star seals he brought back from the Four Seasons realm, so he remembered the location of that place very well. Chasing the other elders over, Yang Kai caught up with them in front of the mountain wall. Gao Shueting opened the barrier here and rushed inside. The group followed the tunnel down from the side of the mountain and quickly arrived at its base. When they saw the scene there, their hearts all sank. The scene that met their eyes was that of a middle-aged woman leaning against the cave wall, mouth dripping with blood and her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Clearly, she had been badly injured. The Divine Ascension Mirror was placed on a stone platform a short distance away, but it was a little different from when Yang Kai first saw it. It was not as smooth as before, and there was even a trace of black qi lingering above its surface. Grandma? Gao Shueting rushed forward and crouched down next to the middle-aged woman, asking nervously, "Are you all right?" The middle-aged woman tried to smile, but the smile on her face looked even worse than if she was crying. "I'm not dead yet. Quickly, go and see how the temple master." Cough cough. Her wounds were apparently even worse than they appeared and were clearly inflicted by someone extremely powerful. She spat out a mouthful of blood after only saying a few words to Gao Shueting, and her aura became extremely feeble. But Gao Shueting had even more important things to worry about at the moment. She was concerned about Wen Zishan's safety. As soon as she heard the middle-aged woman's words, she immediately began searching for Wen Zishan's body. Qiu Ran went forward and took out a few spirit pills for the middle-aged woman to take. Looking at the middle-aged woman's face, she felt vaguely familiar to Yang Kai, and he asked hesitantly, "Grandma Yu?" The woman raised her eyes to look at him. "Oh, that little brat from back then has now become an elder. You lot really grow up fast. You really are Grandma Yu." Yang Kai was shocked. Grandma has also changed a lot. He had no idea what Grandma Yu's real name was, only that she watched over the Divine Ascension mirror. He remembered the last time he came here with Xianxia. Grandma Yu had the appearance of a mad old granny with a hoarse and unpleasant voice. When he was training in the Divine Ascension mirror, she had even sent people to hunt him down. Grandma Yu was the master of a great force called the Divine Ascension Country inside the Divine Ascension mirror world, where her subordinates were as plentiful as the clouds. During that time, Yang Kai narrowly escaped death several times. After exiting the Divine Ascension world, he heard that Grandma Yu was imprisoned by Wen Zishan, after which he did not hear any news about her at all. Now, it seems that Wen Zishan had completely turned her to his side and left the important task of guarding the Divine Ascension mirror in her hands. This time, Grandma Yu was clearly injured by Wu Kuang during his escape. Suddenly, they heard Gao Shueting's call in the distance. They were all surprised and quickly headed that way, only to see Wen Zishan's body completely intact inside the isolated stone room. But he was sweating a puddle for some reason, as if he had been attacked. "Grandma, the temple master is alive, but he seems to be trapped in the Divine Ascension mirror. Is there anything you can do?" Yang Kai helped Grandma Yu over. One of them was injured and the other's strength was greatly depleted, so both their complexions were terrible. Grandma Yu took a look at Wen Zishan's condition before looking at the changed Divine Ascension mirror, sighing, "He's not trapped, he's just not coming out. I'm afraid some kind of accident must have happened inside the Divine Ascension world." What happened out there? There was no time to explain everything, so Yang Kai simply used his divine sense to transmit everything he knew into Grandma Yu's mind directly. She was silent for a moment, reviewing the information in this divine sense package, but soon a look of astonishment filled her face. "Sealed demons? Demon spirits escaping? Seems like that thing that rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror before was a demon spirit." Gao Shueting was shocked. "A demon spirit came in here?" Grandma Yu nodded. "Yes, it rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror. Then that sir. He suddenly woke up, injured me, and left this place." Yang Kai quickly said, "That man was not Senior Hong Chun. He was the heaven-devouring great emperor." Grandma Yu's eyes narrowed at his words. "So that's how it is. I was just thinking that that senior wouldn't have struck me for no reason. Demon spirits can actually invade the Divine Ascension mirror?" Qiu Ran's face was extremely grim as he stared fixedly at the Divine Ascension mirror. In that short moment, the black light on the mirror grew denser, and the darkness was clearly emitting the aura of a demon spirit. Yang Kai said, "The world inside the Divine Ascension mirror is a world of souls, and the aim for the demon spirit's corruption is precisely the soul. The Divine Ascension mirror world is becoming nourishment for its growth. And what you say is reasonable. We must find a way to stop it. We don't even know how Temple Master is doing inside." "I'll go in and take a look," Yang Kai volunteered. "I'll go with you," Gao Shueting quickly declared. Even though Wen Zishan's physical body was unharmed, Gao Shueting couldn't rest easy until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, "I will have to trouble senior brothers and senior sisters to stand guard here." Chun Qian replied, Junior brother Yang, your complexion looks terrible. Why don't I go with senior sister Gao instead? Yang Kai shook his head. I can withstand the corruption of the demon spirit. I'll be fine. Since he insisted, Chen Qian couldn't say anything else but urge him to be careful. Time was tight, so Yang Kai and Gao Shueting each found a stone room and went inside, sitting down cross-legged. Once the stone rooms were closed, Grandma Yu pushed herself to open the channel to the Divine Ascension mirror world. Two streams of profound light then came out of the Divine Ascension mirror, pouring into the sealed stone rooms. Yang Kai and Gao Shueting's bodies shook at the same time, and the strange feeling of their souls separating from their bodies washed over them. It was not the first time they had entered the Divine Ascension mirror world, so they did not resist and allowed the force to pull their souls away. Yang Kai seemed to have traveled through an endless tunnel of time and space, and by the time he recovered, he was in a whole other world. Right in front of him, an elderly man was smiling at him, and there was also a man beside him who was sitting cross-legged. The man had a dignified appearance with a stately demeanor, dressed in purple robes. Who else could it be but Wen Zishan, Senior Tian Yen? Yang Kai quickly bowed his head to the old man. After not seeing him for so many years, Tian Yen still looked the same as usual without any changes. Speaking of which, Tian Yen was a great emperor-level master and did not have a physical body. He was only living in the Divine Ascension world in the form of a soul, so it was naturally impossible for him to change too much. You're here. Tian Yen stroked his beard, seemingly having anticipated Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai asked, how did I emerge here so coincidentally? Was it due to Senior's help? They were currently at a mountain peak that towered high into the clouds, and he had no idea where in the Divine Ascension mirror world this was. It was clearly no coincidence that he emerged here, so someone must have intervened to make this happen. Tian Yen shook his head. Not me. It was he who brought you here. While speaking, Tian Yen motioned to the side. Only when he looked over did Yang Kai discover a young boy not far away. That boy was chubby and cute and appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. He was currently chasing after a fluttering butterfly, playing happily. He is... Yang Kai was stunned as he had no idea what the origins of this boy were to have such amazing ability. Gao Shueting also appeared here, but her attention was completely on Wen Zishan. After carefully checking and confirming that Wen Zishan was in no danger, only having suffered a small injury, she finally set her mind at ease. She then turned to Tian Yen and bowed politely. Senior. Tian Yen smiled. I remember you, little girl. You were only 16 the first time you came in, right? Gao Shueting blushed and answered in a quiet voice. Senior has a good memory. It was so long ago that even she herself didn't remember that occasion clearly, so she didn't expect Tian Yen to recall it so easily. Senior, what happened here? Gao Shueting wasn't in the mood to waste too much time on idle chatter though. She just wanted to figure out what happened as soon as possible, and why Wu Kuang would make off with the bustling world great emperor's body. Tian Yen explained, old friend Hong Chan encountered some trouble, so he came to this old master for help. This old master had been studying with him for many days, and we were barely able to find a way to separate their two souls. If we had succeeded, then we would have been able to imprison Brother Wu's soul here in the Divine Ascension world, and old friend Hong Chan would have regained his freedom. Even though things did not go so well at first, we were still making progress. However, something suddenly rushed into the Divine Ascension world and affected its stability. Brother Wu took advantage of that moment to attack and injure both old friend Hong Chun and little friend Wen here before escaping. Yang Kai was stunned at his words. Does that mean that Senior Hong Chun is alive? Tian Yen smiled at him and replied, even though Brother Wu's technique is incredibly powerful, it's not that easy to kill old friend Hong Chun. Did he tell you that old friend Hong Chun was already dead? Yang Kai answered. That is what he said, but no wonder he was willing to let us go despite how strong his murderous intent was. Turns out it was not out of goodwill, but rather Senior Hong Chen's interference. It was only then that Yang Kai realized why Wu Kuang did not kill them earlier. Tian Yen said, if he escaped, then he escaped. With old friend Hong Chun holding him back, it will be impossible for Brother Wu to act as he pleases. I'm afraid this will not be a very pleasant situation for old friend Hong Chun though. Having his body occupied and his own soul suppressed. Forget it, let's not talk about things we cannot control anymore. Our goal now should first be to solve the Divine Ascension world's crisis. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he looked up and saw that the sky looked dark and heavy, as if a great storm was brewing. Even sparks of thunder could be seen inside the dark clouds. It was a frightening sight, to say the least. Only he had no idea why, but even though the clouds were constantly moving, they never moved past a certain range, as if some powerful seal was binding them there. The dark clouds were filled with dense demon essence, so it was clearly the work of the demon spirit. Tianyan explained, "That thing that rushed in from the outside world has a very strong corrupting power. The beings of the Divine Ascension world are unable to withstand it at all. You've seen it yourself, such a large area has already been affected, and if more time passes, I'm afraid this entire world will eventually be consumed." Yang Kai nodded with a grim expression. Even if Tianyan did not tell him that, he would have been able to feel it himself, so he asked, "What should we do? Does Senior have any ideas?" "I do have an idea, but I'll need to borrow your power." Tianyan turned to look at him. "Me?" Yang Kai was surprised. He never would have thought that the important task of saving this world would fall on his head. Tianyan smiled. "I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you for some time, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself so quickly. Truthfully, it's difficult to deal with that thing, but for you, it should be a simple matter. After all, you just have to use your soul-devouring insects." Yang Kai's expression lifted. "So that's how it is. The heaven-devouring battle law devoured everything, and the soul-devouring insects were similar. As the Divine Ascension world was being corrupted by a demon spirit, a large amount of demon essence and demon chi was being created. It was a great disaster for the inhabitants of the Divine Ascension world, but for the soul-devouring insects, that demon essence formed from the spiritual energy of this world was nothing more than a delicious snack." Tianyan knew that Yang Kai kept soul-devouring insects with him, as Yang Kai had previously taken away a group of them with him the last time he came into this world. Tianyan had guarded those soul-devouring insects for countless years before handing them to Yang Kai and allowing him to take them away, freeing the Divine Ascension world from its greatest scourge. "The soul-devouring insects are not with me at the moment. I must go out and bring them in," Yang Kai told him. Tianyan nodded. "Go and return quickly. Little friend one and this little girl should also go with you. As for the rest, your assistance will not be necessary." Gao Shueting gently nodded. Her goal of coming here was to confirm Wen Zishan's condition, so now that she knew he was fine, there was naturally no reason for her to remain. Tianyan gently waved his hand and a gentle power enveloped the three of them. The next moment, their vision changed and Yang Kai found himself back in his physical body. He quickly summoned his insect enslavement bracelet, communicated with it using his mind, and pulled out the soul-devouring insects from it into his knowledge sea, settling them on the 7-colored treasure island. Only souls could enter the Divine Ascension world, so though the insect enslavement bracelet was an emperor artifact, it wasn't a soul-type artifact, so it couldn't be brought inside. As such, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to release the soul-devouring insects inside. However, things were different if he placed these exotic ancient insects on the 7-colored treasure island inside his knowledge sea. After rearing them for such a long time, the soul-devouring insects had become extremely fierce, especially after going through all the battles in the Thousand Illusions dream world. During the later stages, the soul-devouring insects made many achievements. To them, they were no strangers to devouring demon essence and demon chi, so the crisis in the Divine Ascension world shouldn't be hard for them to resolve. After calling out to Grandma Yu and asking her to send his soul into the Divine Ascension world again, Yang Kai soon reappeared on that mountain peak. Seeing him enter, Tianyan nodded lightly and turned his head to the boy who was chasing butterflies at the side. "Boy, stop playing and give him a hand, quickly." Yang Kai had been curious about the boy since before and had no idea who he was. Now, he was even more surprised when he heard Tianyan actually ask this boy for help. "Senior, he is," Tianyan smiled. He is the mirror soul of the divine Ascension mirror. The reason that thing is confined to a certain range and is unable to expand is due to his ability. Mirror soul. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he looked at the boy with eyes wide in surprise. The boy was clearly a little uncomfortable with his gaze and walked over nervously while trying to put on a fierce act. I'm warning you, don't have any funny ideas about me, because I won't establish any connection with the likes of you. Yang Kai laughed. I'm not trying to establish any connections with you either, so don't worry. Who's worrying? The boy was clearly very wary of Yang Kai. Dawdling over to his side, he looked up and asked, Where are they then? What? Yang Kai was confused. The soul-devouring insects. The boy sighed. How can you still be so stupid when you're so old already? Oh, right. Yang Kai quickly opened his knowledge sea and released all the soul-devouring insects from the 7-colored treasure island. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out as a large cloud of insects converged in front of him. The boy shivered and waved his hand in disgust. The cloud of insects suddenly disappeared, but Yang Kai could keenly feel that they had been transported several thousand kilometers away, into where the demonic cloud was gathering. After carefully sensing the situation, Yang Kai very quickly sensed that the soul-devouring insects were now devouring the demonic clouds covering the sky. And, since the demonic cloud was being restricted by the mirror soul, confined to a certain range and unable to expand, it would eventually be devoured clean by the soul-devouring insects. Then, the divine Ascension world's peace would be restored. Turning his eyes around, Yang Kai looked at the boy and asked, What should I call little brother? The boy rolled his eyes. Zhang San Li Si Wang Er Ma, whatever you want. Yang Kai cleared his throat. Do you want to go out from here and take a look around? Tianyan suddenly laughed. Little friend Yang, no need to waste your energy. He is unable to leave this place. He clearly understood what Yang Kai was planning to do. Having his thoughts seen through, Yang Kai blushed a little, but he turned serious again. By the way, Senior, I have news about the flesh incarnation pill. Tianyan raised his brow. Oh, it is almost finished refining, so if Senior is willing, your body can be created at any time. Tianyan said, Little friend Yang is truly a man of integrity. This old master offers his sincere thanks. Yang Kai laughed. No need to be polite, Senior. It was also by chance that I encountered the flesh incarnation fruit. I wasn't searching for it specifically. The boy frowned and interjected, You're leaving. He looked up at Tianyan, seeming a little annoyed. Tianyan was silent for a moment. I still wish to go out and have a look. The boy scoffed. Go then, go. Better if you died out there. While speaking, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai with a face full of anger. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he instantly understood that he probably wouldn't ever have a chance to take this mirror soul for himself now. Even though the soul-devouring insects weren't slow when it came to devouring the demonic clouds, they still wouldn't be able to finish the job so quickly. Yang Kai and Tianyan thus chatted for a while before he sat down cross-legged to recover his energy. Even though Yang Kai was not injured during today's battle, the amount drained from him when he instantaneously moved so many Emperor Realm Masters at the critical moment was quite a lot, especially from his soul. There was no better place to restore spiritual energy than the divine Ascension mirror world. While he was meditating, Yang Kai could clearly feel the energy of the world being attracted to him, pouring into his soul and making up for the deficit. In just a short amount of time, his condition was greatly improved. The mirror soul seemed to be a little sullen after finding out that Tianyan would be leaving and didn't even feel like chasing butterflies anymore. Now he just stood to the side, bored, kicking stones. At that time, Tianyan was focused on watching the developments of the demonic cloud side. So for a time, the three of them stayed in silent harmony. It was 3 days later when Yang Kai opened his eyes again. He was no longer sluggish like before, and both his eyes were bright. After looking up into the distance and sensing the state of the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai knew that it would take at least half a day more for the crisis in the Divine Ascension world to be solved. Turning his eyes back around, he turned his attention to the mirror soul, approaching him and trying to find things to talk about. But the mirror soul acted as if he didn't hear him. No matter what Yang Kai said, he would just be ignored, leaving Yang Kai's nose in the dirt. Helpless, he had no choice but to give up and come to Tianyan's side again to ask for his advice on cultivation. Tianyan may not have a physical body and only cultivated his soul, but mastery in one Tao opens up mastery to all others. Not to mention, the way Tianyan viewed each problem from his height was different from other masters. For many questions that stumped Yang Kai and that he could not make sense of, Tianyan could easily give him fresh ideas with just a few words. Yang Kai was able to gain a lot in a short time. After half a day passed, Yang Kai looked up into the distance as if he'd been woken by something. Summoning his soul-devouring insects back, he said, "Senior, I must go first." The temple was suddenly affected by great changes, so there should still be matters to take care of outside. I will come back again in a few days to talk to you about other matters. And there's no hurry. Tianyan nodded lightly. Yang Kai glanced at the mirror soul next to him. Just by the mirror soul raising its hand, Yang Kai could suddenly feel a gigantic repulsion force squeezing against him, and before he could prepare himself, he had been ejected from the world. When his view changed, Yang Kai was back in the restricted area. When he opened his eyes and opened the door of the stone room, Chen Qian, who was outside, rushed over. "Junior brother Yang, you're awake. How is the situation inside?" Chen Qian asked worriedly. Yang Kai told her, "Everything's been taken care of. How about outside?" Chen Qian said, "Let's talk while we walk." Naturally, Yang Kai had no objection, and the two of them conversed as they moved outside. 3 days ago, Azure Sun Temple's elders came to the restricted area where the Divine Ascension Mirror was kept while Chen, Wenhao and Fengming stayed on Spirit Sword Peak in order to investigate the situation. After their search, they were able to find the demon sealing grounds as expected 1,000 meters below Spirit Sword Peak. Clear traces of demon spirit aura still remained there. If Gongyu did not cause trouble this time, then it was likely nobody would have even thought that such a place existed in the Azure Sun Temple. Back then, when Zishan founded the sect here, he had also carefully investigated the area within a 10,000-kilometer radius, but he still had no knowledge whatsoever about the existence of this place. Now, the seals of the demon sealing grounds were all broken, which was obviously Gongyu's doing. Otherwise, there was no way the demon spirits would have escaped. All of the temple's elders were on Spirit Sword Peak, firstly to check if they had missed anything of importance, and secondly to seal off this place completely. After all, this was a place where demons were sealed. Even if there were no more demon spirits around, being cautious was necessary. Besides that, news of the demon spirits recovering and escaping from Azure Sun Temple had also spread. Countless masters from the many sects in the Southern Territory were all urgently tracking down the whereabouts of the escaped demon spirits so that they could eliminate them before any more harm was done. But everyone knew how difficult this task was going to be. Demon spirits were formless and were merely a special collection of energy. They may not even have their own thoughts and only be able to attach themselves to the bodies of living beings, corrupting their thoughts and forcing them through demonification. So, this sort of tracking was extremely difficult to do. Regardless, the matter could not be left unattended. During Yang Kai's absence for the past 3 days, many messages had been passed back and forth between the great forces of the Southern Territory. The resurgence of the demon spirits had now become widespread knowledge among the public. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Spirit Sword Peak. There was a wide-open stone cave that was too dark to see the bottom off here now, and a grim and eerie aura was wafting from it, as if it was the entrance to the underworld. The faces of each one of the Emperor Realm Masters standing outside the cave were serious as they observed, when Zishan's particularly so. Hundreds to 1,000 demon spirits escaped here under Azure Sun Temple's watch, so as the Temple Master, when Zishan naturally could not escape blame, especially now that the bustling world Great Emperor was also in such a bad situation. The carefree smile that used to always cover his face was no longer there. Gao Shueting and the others were standing beside him while Chen Wenhao and Fengming had not left either. They needed to know the exact situation about the demon sealing grounds below, so that they could send word back to their sects. When they saw Yang Kai arrive, they all silently saluted each other. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai stood by Yukuan's side and asked quietly. Yukuan shook his head. the demon spirits must all have escaped. Right now, we're trying to find ways to break the remaining seals so that we can see the demon sealing grounds in full. Maybe we'll be able to find some clues from that. Only what? Yukuin laughed dryly. The array masters in the temple will need some time. Yang Kai understood what Yukuin meant. Even though the spirit arrays sealing the demon sealing grounds were from ancient times, and even though Gong Yu had already broken some of them, there were bound to still be many remaining. On the other hand, the skills of the array masters in the temple weren't quite up to the task, so their progress of breaking the seals was a little slow. If this were any usual time, it wouldn't have mattered, but time was now of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to track down those demon spirits. At that thought, Yang Kai turned to Zishan, Temple Master. I know an Emperor Array Master. Do you need me to invite him over to help? When Zishan's eyes lit up at that, is he reliable? He's from my high heaven palace. Then invite him quickly. When Zishan said in a hurry, but quickly revealed a bitter smile. But your high heaven palace is far away in the northern territory. Yang Kai smiled. I'll bring him right over. Yang Kai then disappeared in a flash as soon as he finished speaking. None of the others knew what he was going to do, even though it was surprising for them to hear that he actually had an Emperor Array Master in High Heaven Palace. Distant water could not quench the present thirst. By the time Yang Kai could bring him over from the Northern Territory, it would be too late. Yang Kai was extremely glad that he had arranged a cross-territory space array behind Spirit Sword Peak back then. The main reason he set up this array was in order to connect High Heaven Palace with the Azure Sun Temple so that he could easily come and go. This was also not the only such array he had arranged. For certain reasons, however, he did not reveal this fact to anyone and used the power of the spirit arrays of Spirit Sword Peak to conceal it. So when Zishan and the others were completely oblivious, Yang Kai went straight towards the back of the mountain in order to head back to High Heaven Palace so he could bring Nanmen Dejun over. The spirit arrays that still remained in the demon sealing grounds were all ancient seals, and since Nanmen Dejun had always been fond of studying such things, he likely wouldn't refuse. Just as Yang Kai was about to reach the place where the space array was located, his feet suddenly paused and he looked to the side with a frown. He could sense a very weak but familiar aura nearby. When he saw it, Yang Kai's face changed, and he began circulating his Emperor Qi, as if he were getting ready to face off against a terrible enemy. There, in the middle of the trees, lay a small beast covered in blood and injuries. From the color of the fur still remaining on its body, it should have been black. It was about 1/3 of a meter in length and its aura was slightly weak. The stomach also swelled up a lot at that moment and only went back to normal after a while. The Abyssal Returner. It was still alive and had actually managed to return back to the mountain. Yang Kai had been staying in the Divine Ascension world these past few days, so he had no idea what happened to the Abyssal Returner. He only knew that Feng Ming had kicked it away during the fight, and then it disappeared. Yang Kai thought it was dead the whole time. Based on what Gong Yu said, a trace of the Abyssal Returner's bloodline existed in the body of this black puppy, and he had used an unknown secret technique to draw out that bloodline power, using it to fight with numerous Emperor Realm Masters alone with the might of its innate divine ability. Yang Kai guessed that if its bloodline was pure enough, or even just a bit stronger than it was currently, everyone present would have suffered during that fight. A divine ability that could devour everything and rebound it was simply unheard of. The Abyssal Returner apparently did not die, but they heard nothing of it after it was freed from Gong Yu's control. Chun Wen Hao and the others were also busy investigating the demon sealing grounds and did not pay attention to where it landed. So, during this time, it seemed to drag itself back here, barely managing to maintain its feeble existence. But it should not be far from death. Yang Kai only had the opportunity to meet this black puppy twice, so he didn't have any strong feelings towards it either way. Only, he was a little interested in its strange innate divine ability. After making sure that it was really an arrow at the end of its flight and of no threat to him, Yang Kai slowly approached it. The Abyssal Returner seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes by a slit to see the figure standing in front of it. It issued 2 whimpers, appearing extremely weak. Yang Kai raised his palm, and Emperor Qi began to surge on its surface. The abyssal returner slowly closed its eyes, seemingly resigning itself to its fate as hot air blew out from its nostrils. Yang Kai thrust his palm down, but stopped just a hand's length above it before grabbing it instead and picking it up and sighing, "Whether you live or die is all up to your own luck now." Saying that, he tossed the abyssal returner into his sealed world bead. Regardless of how strong the innate divine ability of this demon realm exotic beast was, it would be kept in check by Yang Kai as long as it was inside the sealed world bead. So he wasn't worried about it going berserk and causing trouble for him after it recovered. Whether it survived or not was a separate matter. What's more, Yang Kai constantly had the feeling that its true nature wasn't like what they'd seen. During the 2 times he'd seen the abyssal returner previously, it did not show any malice towards him. Rather, it seemed to have some affection for him, especially during the 2nd time, as the abyssal returner had clearly come to see him. It can even be said that the reason why the abyssal returner hid behind the mountain after it was injured was so it could wait for his arrival. The reason why the abyssal returner became so vicious before was because of the secret technique that Gong Yu performed. Yang Kai remembered that the abyssal returner even tried to bite Gong Yu when he was tracking him through the half of the demon spirit to Spirit Sword Peak. The secret demon sealing grounds under Spirit Sword Peak and the bloodline of the abyssal returner should be related. Yang Kai carried the ancient demon black eye, and he had the aura of an ancient demon sealed in his body. The abyssal returner might have been able to sense it, and that was why it wanted to try and approach him. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and soon he arrived in front of the space array. Space principles surged and Yang Kai was back in the Northern Territory's High Heaven Palace. A few moments later, there was a flash of light above the array, and 2 figures were revealed. "So this is the Azure Sun Temple Palace Master?" Nanmen Dejun observed his surroundings curiously before clicking his tongue. "It's nothing special, not as grand as our High Heaven Palace. And even the world energy seems to be inferior. Focus more on the working and less on the talking. Haven't you heard about this principle?" Yang Kai took the lead and flew ahead. Nanmen Dejun laughed. Yes. By the way, Xiao Ho asked me to ask you how the flight-type artifact is doing, and whether or not any places need to be adjusted." "No need, it's working fine. Also, Palace Master, that girl, something Yao from Iceheart Valley. She came a few times, but she always left when she saw that you weren't in. Is she our Palace Master's wife? Do you like having a tongue?" Fine, I won't ask." Nanmen Dejun covered his mouth, but after holding it in for only a moment, he started up again. "That girl's not bad. We've arrived." Yang Kai flew down as he said that. The group of people on the ground had obviously noticed him as well, and when they looked over, they were all curious as to why Yang Kai had brought a stranger over. Nanmen Dejun, however, was like a cat that had caught the smell of fish. He looked towards the entrance of the demon sealing grounds with an inspired look on his face, eyes glowing as he paced back and forth at the entrance, looking more and more excited. After a while, he turned around and said, "Palace Master, I will head down now. Just wait for my good news." Ignoring everyone, he jumped straight down and soon disappeared. The group of people looked curiously at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "This man is the Northern Territory's Emperor Array Master, Nanmen Dejun. He happened to be nearby, so I invited him to come and help us." When Zishan looked at him with a grin, seemingly having noticed something, but he did not expose him. As time passed, they constantly received new messages from below. As expected of an Emperor Array Master, Nanmen Dejun was able to crack apart many of the spirit arrays remaining in the demon sealing grounds. He used his own abilities to gain dominance, garnering the respect of the temple's array masters. Breaking the seals took a whole 2 days, and during that period, representatives of the big sects in the Southern Territory were constantly arriving at Azure Sun Temple to ask for information. The temple allowed these people to pass, and several elders took turns receiving them, informing them about the demon sealing grounds, as well as the demon spirits escaping. Many paled in worry as they listened. Now that the demon spirits were out and about, tracking them was going to be a big problem. It was the first time since ancient times that the Southern Territory was encountering such a crisis, so they were completely inexperienced. They could only count on whatever clues may be left inside the demon-sealing cave. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a city worth of haystacks. But there were no clues to be found in the cave. Nanmen Dejun and the temple's array masters cracked all the seals inside the cave, but they couldn't find any information about the demon spirits. On the other hand, they did get some useful information from the spirit arrays. If a time came when they needed to seal the demon spirits again, that information may become of use to them. Everyone was filled with worry for a while. Soon, envoys from Star Soul Palace arrived. Great Elder Lei Hong led the group personally, bringing with him a decree from the Great Emperor, ordering all the sects, families, and great forces of the Southern Territory to check their disciples in case any of them have been corrupted by the demon spirits. It was at Spirit Sword Peak that Lei Hong declared the Great Emperor's order, to which everyone agreed, naturally. It must be said that the Great Emperor's demon banishment order had given the whole Southern Territory courage. Many masters were not as nervous as before. After all, no matter what happened, the Southern Territory still had Star Soul Palace and the Bright Moon Great Emperor behind it. No matter how mysterious or vicious the demon spirits could be, they wouldn't be able to make any waves with the Great Emperor keeping watch. After the demon banishment order was issued, many Emperor Realm Masters were ready to leave the Azure Sun Temple in order to return to their own sects to begin work on this matter. But right at that moment, a red light suddenly sped in from the outside. It gave off an aggressive aura, as if it placed no one else around it in its eyes, and crossed hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye, rushing full speed towards Spirit Sword Peak. After just learning of the escaped demon spirits, the emotions of many masters were still sensitive. So faced with such a brazen visitor who came crashing right into Azure Sun Temple without notice, many thought the worst. Alarmed, many people instinctively launched attacks to intercept this invader. A few days ago, the scene of many elders joining hands with Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming in the fight against Gong Yu had been explosive enough, but compared to this scene now, it simply paled in comparison. There were over 100 Emperor Realm Masters gathered here, so even if only a third of them acted, the scene was still going to be spectacular. What's more, the ones acting now were far more than just a third. Emperor pressure spread out, and the lights of secret technique after secret technique bloomed, whilst the power of Emperor artifacts began to surge before they all gathered towards the red light. The red light rushing over was clearly a little confused by all this, never having expected to encounter such a situation. It paused in mid-air, but the space it was in was already enveloped in an endless number of attacks. A dragon roar suddenly rang out through the air, the high-pitched noise shaking everyone's eardrums. The faces of everyone changed dramatically because this was the call of an extremely pure-blooded dragon, and not the calls of those flood dragon-like monster beasts. The moment the dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's bloodline was suddenly stirred. Seemingly instinctually sensing something, he had not joined those who attacked earlier. Instead, he looked over wide-eyed at this moment. The red light dispersed, and a huge creature was suddenly revealed in the air. Its more than 200-meter-long body was as lofty as a mountain, and it had a pair of dragon horns on its head along with 4 claws extending from its belly. It was covered in red dragon scales that were just like burning flames, and with every movement of its dragon tail, the wind and clouds would change with it. See? Everyone drew a sharp breath of cold air, staring dumbfounded at the huge creature in the sky as if they were being looked down upon by a supreme being. In an instant, many people felt their limbs grow weak. Dragon Clan. The visitor actually turned out to be a pure-blood dragon. This was something that not everyone expected. Dragon pressure spread forth like a tangible wall, striking upon the Emperor pressure condensed by the 100 Emperor Realm Masters below, actually shattering it to pieces. With a crackle, the joint attack of dozens of Emperor Realm Masters landed on the dragon's body, causing it to throw back its head and roar as sparks splashed from its armor of scales. The dragon's body was incredibly sturdy, but even though all these attacks could not endanger the dragon's life, it was enough to cause it much pain and anger. The dragon raised its head high and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. As if a volcano had erupted, searing flames spat directly from the dragon's mouth towards Spirit Sword Peak. Before the attack had even arrived, everyone could feel their skin searing painfully. The dragon's flames seemed to be able to burn anything under the sky, and even the Emperor Realm Masters could feel the deadly threat from it. Not good. At the same time as when Yang Kai's face changed, he stepped out and summoned his Jade Elder token into his hand, rapidly injecting his Emperor Qi. Spirit Sword Peak Spirit Arrays suddenly activated, creating a visible layer of protection between them. This was the defense he set up by mobilizing all the power available to Spirit Sword Peak from its earth vein. But this had been done in a rush. Its full power could not be released. As soon as the dragon flame hit the barrier, the scorching heat immediately deformed it. The sound of quenching flames was incessant as ripples began to form on the transparent shield, like it was melting away. Everyone was shocked and wanted to scatter away as none of them had the confidence to face the terrifying power of this dragon flame. Lei Hong stepped forward at this time and threw out his fist. The barrier suddenly cracked, and a bolt of lightning the width of a water bucket crashed into the flames, crashing left and right in the flames and reducing some of the pressure on Yang Kai. This blow was the essence of Lei Hong's cultivation, clearly showing the might of a veteran Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. The big dragon twisted its head and the flames grew even more intense, seemingly strong enough to melt the lightning. Enough! When Zishan suddenly shouted, and with one hand behind his back gripping a jade disc, he waved his other hand gently and shot out a beam of light, directly cutting off the dragon flames. The big dragon raised its head and hovered high in the air, looking condescendingly down at the crowd. Its huge dragon eyes were covered in the flames of hatred while its mouth was opening and closing, as if it would spit out another mouthful of its dragon breath at any moment. Yang Kai withdrew Spirit Sword Peak's protection and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. State your identity and your intention for coming here, dragon. When Zishan's face became serious as he looked at the red dragon in the sky, thinking to himself that Azure Sun Temple really was eventful as of late. The demon spirits escaped, the bustling world became trapped, Heaven Devourer escaped, and now a dragon came to visit. He had no idea how this year could be so unlucky as to invite one wave of misfortune after another, but he was getting too tired to deal with this. But even when Zishan did not dare to be careless when facing a pure-blood dragon, because there was only one place in the world where the dragon clan could be found. Behind this red dragon in front of him was a force that even great emperors could not ignore. Who hit me? Who hit me just now? The red dragon did not answer when Zishan's question, and instead began to roar as if it was greatly humiliated. It could not be any angrier, and the deafening roar was enough to shake the entire Azure Sun Temple. The Emperor Realm Masters who accidentally attacked the red dragon earlier were all pale-faced at this moment. All of them shrank back into the crowd, lest they be recognized by the red dragon. You, and you. The red dragon looked around, eyes stopping on a few Emperor Realm Masters. As well as you. Stop hiding. I saw you just now. All of you attacked me earlier. I didn't. This, sir, you must have seen wrongly. The person who spoke shrank even more, cold sweat covering his body. Offending the Dragon Clan was no joke. The Dragon Clan was proud and always proclaimed themselves the leaders of the myriad spirits. If they had known that the visitor was a Dragon Clan member, none of the emperors present would have rushed in like that. But this red dragon charged over at such a sensitive time without so much as an introduction, so who would be able to curb their instinct to react? Attacking a member of the Dragon Clan was equivalent to humiliating them, which was definitely a big problem. Fortunately, whether the visitor was friend or foe was unknown to them earlier, so they held back a little when they attacked and did not go all out. Otherwise, if they wounded this Dragon Clan member, then everyone present would have to suffer. You have the guts to act but not the guts to admit it? The red dragon roared. You lowly ants. All of you will die. At these words, the faces of many Emperor Realm Masters changed dramatically. A dragon wasn't easy to deal with, and an enraged dragon was even harder to reason with. It was true that over 100 Emperor Realm Masters did not need to fear a single dragon if they joined hands, but so what if they beat him? He had Dragon Island behind him. If Dragon Island really was provoked, then the entire star boundary would be thrown into chaos, the result of which would be hundreds to thousands of times more serious than the resurrection of the demon spirits. The red dragon was obviously truly incensed. As soon as he was done shouting, he was just about to strike. When Xianxia's expression turned solemn, and he decided that even if he had to offend Dragon Island, he could not allow so many Emperor Realm Masters to die here in Azure Sun Temple. He secretly connected with the temple's sect defending array, ready to make a move at the slightest danger. "Wait!" Lei Hong shouted and stood out. "Old thing, you also attacked me earlier." The red dragon hovered in the sky, its huge body providing a strong visual impact and mental pressure on everyone. Now, it suddenly bent its body down, and its dragon head was less than 10 meters away from Lei Hong, its dragon eyes even bigger than small huts staring at him with hostility. Everyone was sweating for Lei Hong. Lei Hong, however, just cupped his fists and spoke. "May I ask if this venerable one is from the legendary Dragon Island from the Eastern Sea? So what if I am?" The red dragon puffed out hot air from its nostrils. Lei Hong's body was glowing, and his hair was a little burnt from the scorching earlier. "So it's true?" Lei Hong suddenly had a look of realization and smiled. "There are rumors that Dragon Island is located somewhere on the Eastern Sea, and that great dragons could be found on the island. None have ever seen them, but even so, the fame of Dragon Island was still as great as that of the great Emperor's sex. It is truly fortunate that this one had the opportunity to witness this today. It was rare to see the great elder of Star Soul Palace shower flattery on another so openly. All the Emperor Realm Masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. But these words had a miraculous effect. Everyone could clearly feel that the red dragon's anger subsided a lot, and his huge dragon head moved away from Lei Hong slightly. Nodding aloofly, he said in a powerful voice, "Heh! Seems like you still have some knowledge, old thing, to know the prestige of our Dragon Island. But of course, who in this world knows not of my Dragon Island's name? How can a trivial great emperor sect compare?" Lei Hong laughed dryly. Even though he didn't feel too pleased about this dragon's words, he couldn't show it on his face. After all, he was the great elder of a great emperor's sect. So the word trivial uttered by the red dragon naturally caused him discomfort. However, he knew deeply the nature of the dragon clan, so he did not dwell on the matter lest he add fuel to the fire. On the other hand, it was as if the red dragon had his itch scratched and he began boasting about himself. "My dragon clan is just not willing to compete with you lowly ants for fame and fortune. Otherwise, if my Dragon Island's elites step out, then it doesn't matter what great emperor this or great emperor that, all of them have to step aside. Do you believe that I can drown you all with a mouthful of spittle?" The more he spoke, the more outrageous his words became, drawing frowns from all the Emperor Realm Masters. Lei Hong saw this and quickly interrupted him. "The Dragon Clan has not shown itself for so long, so it is the first time we have set our eyes upon its members. That is why we were unable to recognize this venerable one during his approach. We thought that an enemy had come, and that was why we acted hastily. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Yes, we were all too impulsive just now. Please do not mind it, sir. If sir had shown sir's true form earlier, then we would not have attacked you. It is truly a blessing to be able to see the true form of a great dragon today." The group of people clamored on. Everyone could see that though the red dragon was grumpy and hard to get along with, it seemed to have soft ears and his anger could easily be quenched just by a few good words. This was also a common problem of those that were overly proud. Since they were so proud, they naturally did not wish to bother too much with people who are overly humble. For a while, the crowd was not stingy with singing their praises. Listening to them eased the mind and body of the great dragon. His anger, which was just like a volcano that was about to erupt earlier, had now dissipated, and he let out a soft grunt. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to deal with you lot either. We can just forget about what happened just now. But next time, you better open your eyes and take a good look before you act." All of them breathed out sighs of relief while when Zishan also dispersed the energy he gathered and shot Lei Hong a grateful look. Many things happened at the temple and he himself had been injured in the divine Ascension mirror world. His mind was occupied with all sorts of troubles now, so if Lei Hong had not dealt with the situation in a timely and proper manner, when Zhishan would probably be embroiled in even more problems now. If the Emperor Realm Masters were to get into a conflict with the Red Dragon, then it didn't matter who won or lost in the end, as Azure Sun Temple was bound to suffer. Lei Hong smiled in response, indicating that he didn't have to worry about it. When Zishan cupped his fists to the sky next, "Since Venerable One is from Dragon Island, may I ask which Sir of Dragon Island this Venerable One is?" "This dragon is Zhu Lai." The Red Dragon shook his head and flicked his tail proudly, voice traveling 100 kilometers. "So it is Sir Zhu Lai. This one wonders what Sir is doing here at my Azure Sun Temple." "I'm looking for someone." Zhu Lai's body writhed and he moved his dragon head over the crowd, scanning the group with his dragon eyes. "Who here is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai was still watching a good show when he suddenly heard the guy called Zhu Lai call out his name, so he couldn't help but be stunned. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, with all the Emperor Realm Masters standing nearby. Yang Kai quickly backing away, as if standing near him would give them bad luck. When Zishan was also stunned. For a great dragon to come out here to Azure Sun Temple, he thought it was the resurgence of the demon spirits that attracted him. Even though the dragon clan boasted about being the leader of the myriad spirits and thought too highly of themselves, they were indeed a powerful race with countless millennia of inheritance. If anyone in this world were to know best about the demon race and the demon spirits, then it had to be the dragon clan. But who knew that this guy was actually here for Yang Kai and not the demon spirits? He looked at Yang Kai curiously and discovered that Yang Kai also had a bewildered expression on his face. "You're Yang Kai." Without needing anyone to identify him, just the gaze and attitude of the Emperor Realm Masters around him was enough for Zhu Lai to recognize the target of his trip. He then ordered without room for negotiation, "Come with me." "Where to?" Yang Kai frowned. "To Dragon Island." Zhu Lai answered impatiently. Everyone sucked in a breath. Even if they were all emperors, they still couldn't remain calm when they heard this sentence. It was definitely an honor for one to be able to step foot on Dragon Island in one's lifetime. But looking at Zhu Lai's attitude, they were all worried that it could only be disastrous if Yang Kai really went. None of them knew how Yang Kai had offended Dragon Island and the Dragon Clan. But Yang Kai seemed to have understood something, frowning as he asked, "Did Zhu Qing ask you to come?" "She is not qualified to give me orders." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, a flash of disdain emerging in his eyes. "Then who was it that gave you the order?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Lai snapped his tail impatiently, shaking the clouds within 100 kilometers as he gave a booming response. "You do not need to know that. You just have to follow me back to Dragon Island." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I do wish to visit Dragon Island, but not right now. There are still some things I must deal with here. So, this brother Zhu Lai, may I please trouble you to go back and tell the one above you that I will pay them a visit when I'm free? No need to send anyone out to invite me." Yang Kai had suddenly become wary about Dragon Island and the Dragon Clan. Previously, Zhu Qing had also invited him to Dragon Island many times. In the beginning, Yang Kai thought it was just because of the Dragon Island token he possessed, as well as the few dragon artifacts that he refined, but now it seems like things weren't that simple. Zhu Qing had not returned since leaving for the Northern Territory's frozen earth, and he heard no news of her either. Then, Dragon Island's side even sent out another Dragon Clan member to take him to Dragon Island. Yang Kai figured that it might have something to do with the golden divine dragon source he carried. It seemed he had underestimated its attraction to the Dragon Clan. So, before he was able to figure things out, there was no way he was going to step foot on Dragon Island. Otherwise, he may not even know what he would be facing. What's more, the demon spirits had only just escaped from their seal, and as a participant in this matter, he could not leave here. Zhu Lai's dragon eyes rounded and he looked at Yang Kai in astonishment for a while before quickly asking, "Human, did you just reject me?" His anger that had subsided showed signs of surging up again, and both Lei Hong and Wen Zishan's faces changed slightly. Before Yang Kai could answer, Zhu Lai had already flown into a rage. "How dare you? This dragon came here personally and you dare refuse me? You court death." He tumbled in mid-air, and an indescribably killing intent suddenly filled a 100-kilometer radius. Yang Kai's face turned serious as he responded, I believe I made myself very clear. You can either return to Dragon Island and convey my words, or I will beat you back there. When the many Emperor Realm Masters heard this, they all turned pale in shock as they stared at Yang Kai. They felt that the audacity of this guy was simply ridiculous. To think a trivial first-order Emperor Realm cultivator would dare speak to a dragon in such a way. When Zishan, Gao Shueting, and the others also reacted as if they were meeting Yang Kai for the first time, all of them dumbfounded. No one had ever dared to talk to a dragon like that, as anyone who did was dead by now. Lei Hong was also constantly trying to signal to Yang Kai with his eyes, telling him to ease up a little. After all, it wasn't easy for him to calm Zhu Lai's anger earlier. Yang Kai's words were definitely going to stir him up again. Even he, as the great elder of Star Soul Palace, was able to make allowances here. Yang Kai was merely a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. So whether it be cultivation or position, he was far inferior to him. So what would it matter if he softened his words a little? But it was already too late. Zhu Lai's anger was rekindled and became several times more vigorous than before. A heaven-shattering laugh broke out from his mouth as he shouted, Puny ant! How dare you provoke a member of the Dragon Clan? You really do not know the immensity of heaven and… But he did not finish his sentence because Yang Kai's figure had already teleported in front of him. His tiny figure looked insignificant compared to the dragon's 200-meter-long body. A loud dragon roar sounded, and as a golden light erupted, a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai in a flash before it disappeared into his body. Yang Kai threw out a fist and smashed it down hard towards the great dragon's nose. There was a bang and Zhu Lai's head shook. The violent force of his punch made him dizzy, and he felt as if his nose had been broken. Yang Kai was a little stunned because this blow did not have the effect that he expected. After interacting with Zhu Qing for a period of time, he learned that the power of bloodline suppression was immensely strong for the Dragon Clan. The side with the stronger bloodline had an absolute ability to suppress the one with the weaker bloodline, and this had nothing to do with personal strength. The Dragon Clan's bloodline had clear divisions, and it was said that the Dragon Clan's great elder Zhu Yan was a 10th Order Azure Dragon. No matter how strong a Dragon Clan member was, it would be impossible for them to match him if their bloodline was below 10th Order and… Take Zhu Qing for example. Her own strength was comparable or even greater to that of a 3rd Order Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai really fought her one-on-one, then even with everything he had, he may not be able to guarantee a victory. However, if he used his bloodline power to suppress her, Zhu Qing wouldn't be his opponent at all. It would simply be impossible for her to properly unleash her strength when facing him. From what Yang Kai could see, this Zhu Lai's strength was not bad, but there was no way his bloodline purity would be higher than Zhu Qing's. He was able to suppress Zhu Qing with the Golden Divine Dragon Source, so he should naturally have no problems dealing with Zhu Lai. But Yang Kai realized with this punch that he was wrong. The expected bloodline suppression did not appear. Instead, the impact of his fists on the solid dragon scales turned his hand into a bloody mess. Zhu Lai was completely enraged by his punch and roared, Since this dragon dared to seek you out, obviously this dragon has a way to constrain you. You think you can suppress me? When he opened his mouth to roar, he spat out a jet of flames, instantly setting Yang Kai alight, seemingly melting him down in an instant. The crowd down below was shocked. Zhu Lai was also taken aback by the sight and was dumbfounded. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai back to Dragon Island, but he never thought of killing him. Faced with Yang Kai's resistance and provocation, he was unable to hold back his anger and wanted to teach him a lesson to make him behave. But who knew that he would end up burning him to death with a mouthful of dragon breath? So what should be done now? If the Great Elder were to learn about this, then he would certainly be punished. While Zhu Lai was still caught in his bewilderment, he suddenly felt as if a large mountain had suddenly crashed down on his head, smashing it painfully. He couldn't help but let out a wild roar, and the burning figure in front of him also finally cleared up at this moment. It was only an afterimage, one left behind from moving at immense speed. Zhu Lai was both happy and angry. Happy that he did not accidentally kill his target, and angry that this puny insect dared to trick him. He was completely enraged, and as his body swayed in the air, he avoided the attack from above and faced Xianxia, grabbing at him with his claws. His huge dragon claws seemed able to compress space itself, and the power of his dragon chi which gathered was astonishing. After compressing his power to the limit, Zhu Li suddenly released it all in a violent blast. That fierce power from this blast rose up and shot out towards Xianxia. Xianxia waved his arm in a large arc, forming a huge moon blade, slicing through the space to meet this blast head-on. The two attacks collided with a loud bang, and an overwhelming wind storm swept out, cutting countless gashes into the surrounding space. Zhu Li's huge body did not move, but Xianxia was only able to stabilize himself after being pushed back more than 1,000 meters. Xianxia had fallen into a complete disadvantage in their exchange of blows, and he didn't seem to be a match for Zhu Li at all. What kind of rare treasure did you bring? Xianxia scanned Zhu Li's body. He clearly caught a shimmer of light when he struck his body earlier, and it was that shimmer of light that was able to offset the bloodline suppression of his golden divine dragon source, allowing Zhu Li to unleash his full strength. Zhu Li coldly snorted. Just be obedient and surrender without a fight. Nothing will happen to you if you just follow me back to Dragon Island. However, if you still dare to resist, then you will be solely responsible for the consequences. Will you forcefully press down a bull's head even if it refuses to drink? Xianxia laughed, but that laugh suddenly turned cold. I'd like to see how far this treasure can protect you. At the end of his sentence, he gritted his teeth and let out a roar. A brave and heroic aura began to swell his body all of a sudden, and traces of a pure-blood dragon aura began to fill the air along with a radiant golden light that overflowed from the pores of his body. Both Xianxia's hands transformed into the shape of dragon claws, while two strange bulges protruded from his head. The exposed parts of his skin were also covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had transformed into a monster that stood about 20 meters tall with clear traces of the dragon clan in his appearance. However, it was completely shoddy, like a drawing of a tiger that ended up like more of a dog. This is... Lei Hong's eyes widened abruptly at the sky, shocked at what he saw. When Zishan and the others were also tongue-tied at the sight, while Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were covered in mixed emotions. Over 100 Emperor Realm Masters stood silent, each one of them shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen a secret technique that could produce such great changes in a person before. But Zhu Li reacted just like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "Dragon Transformation Secret Art. That girl actually taught you the Dragon Transformation Secret Art. Unforgivable. This is simply unforgivable." As if Xianxia had violated some great taboo, Zhu Li's voice became extremely angry. Now there's no way you can avoid going to Dragon Island even if you want to refuse. The Dragon Transformation Secret Art is not to be passed on to anyone. From now on, prepare to stay in Dragon Island for the rest of your life. As Zhu Li bellowed at him, he had already flicked his tail and pounced over at him, his 200-meter-long body reaching the sky in a flash before pouncing right in front of Xianxia, opening his mouth to spew out his dragon breath. With a frown, Xianxia countered with a move of his own, resisting Zhu Li's onslaught. He did not expect Zhu Li to react so violently to his dragon transformation secret technique. From what he said, this dragon transformation secret art seemed to be some kind of core secret of Dragon Island. But Zhu Qing didn't mention this at all when she passed it to him. During that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth in order to find the remains of one of her fallen clansmen. Before leaving, she passed this pure-blood dragon transformation secret technique to Xianxia as if it was just on a whim. It was only now that Xianxia realized how much of a risk Zhu Qing had taken in doing so. If the secret to cultivating the dragon transformation secret art were to be exposed, then Dragon Island would never let this matter go. Xianxia would not have an easy life, and neither would Zhu Qing. It didn't matter which great force it was. Their core inheritance was never easily passed on, much less a secret technique of Dragon Island. Xianxia couldn't understand why Zhu Qing would do such a thing, but he couldn't fret over that right now. Even though it was hard for Zhu Li to move around in his 200-meter dragon form, Each one of his attacks was so powerful that Yang Kai had no choice but to deal with him carefully. Fortunately, Yang Kai could feel that he was able to suppress Zhu Lai's dragon clan bloodline somewhat after using the dragon transformation's secret art. So, even though it was still quite strenuous, Yang Kai could still just about fight on equal footing with Zhu Lai. The golden divine dragon source was a great treasure for Yang Kai, but even after such a long time, he still could not figure out how he was going to turn this treasure into his own power. The dragon transformation secret art could solve that problem. The more he cultivated this secret art, the more he could bring out the strength of the golden divine dragon source. Once he cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, he might even be able to transform into a true great dragon and travel the world proudly. Unfortunately, the time Yang Kai spent cultivating was still short, so he could only transform into a 20-meter-tall half-dragon form. Even so, he could still suppress Zhu Lai, who was carrying the rare treasure on him a little. Two figures clashed mid-air, each releasing their profound moves and fighting incessantly for a time. A mouthful of dragon breath spewed down from above occasionally, forcing Wen Zishan to open the sect defending array to block the fallout. Otherwise, the entire Azure Sun Temple was sure to suffer. Gradually, the battlefield shifted. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai brought their battle higher and higher, and they had already flown into the layer of clouds in the sky. Even the Emperor Realm Masters below could hardly see their movements now. Only the occasional dragon roar from within the clouds told them how intense their battle was. Everyone was sweating. None of them had any idea how this matter was going to end. Facing off against a dragon clan member, Yang Kai would not be able to get any benefits whether he won or lost this fight. And Azure Sun Temple was probably going to follow along with his bad luck as well. When they thought of this point, many of the Emperor Realm Masters didn't even dare to stay for the show anymore. All of them quickly found excuses to say goodbye to Wen Zishan lest they involve themselves in the crossfire. Naturally, Wen Zishan wasn't in the mood to keep them here, so after a few casual pleasantries, he saw them off. Hundreds of people soon left, leaving only Lei Hong and his entourage from Star Soul behind. Brother Xiao said this boy is a constant source of trouble. I didn't believe him at first, but now. Lei Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Focusing his eyesight as much as possible into the sky, he still could only catch vague traces of the battle happening up above. When Zishan's face was also grim, Yang Kai is not at fault for what happened today. It is the dragon clan that is too arrogant. If it were me, then I would not have gone with him either. Lei Hong said, but now, the question is how we're going to end this incident. When Zishan replied, the temple has suffered through many changes recently, and I am powerless to handle it all. I'm afraid I will have to trouble the great emperor to put in a word for me about today's incident. Lei Hong pondered for a moment before nodding. I will report this to the great emperor. Even though the dragon clan is not to be trifled with, the southern territory won't just accept wanton bullying either. Many thanks, Brother Lei. Lei Hong waved his hand. Temple Master 1 is too courteous. I think it's better if you and I join hands to him. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Hong seemed to have discovered a new change and looked up with wide eyes. When Zishan had obviously noticed this too, and a stunned expression filled his face. Above the clouds, it was as if Yang Kai had received the heaven's blessings, allowing his originally 20-meter-tall body to suddenly grow to 40 meters. This was a massive size compared to a normal human, but compared to the great dragon it was still a little lacking. As the size of his body expanded, the two protrusions on his forehead also grew a little bigger and an indescribable aura instantly spread out from his body. You? Zhu Lai, who was locked in a struggle with Yang Kai, was also shocked. If he was in his human form, then his face would probably be filled with fear at this moment. While speaking, he quickly backed away, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yang Kai also froze for a moment. He had been hell-bent on suppressing his opponent's Dragon Clan bloodline during the fight just now, and somehow, he ended up breaking through the shackles of his dragon transformation secret art, allowing it to go a step further and unleash more of the golden divine dragon's source strength in his body, causing this sudden and massive change. By the time he recovered, Zhu Lai had already backed thousands of meters away while Yang Kai laughed maniacally. Where do you think you're going? Space principles fluctuated around him, and he caught up with Zhu Lai in an instant, grabbing his dragon tail with both claws and yanking it hard. Zhu Lai, who was heading straight for the sky, was held back by that force, and his huge dragon body plunged downward involuntarily as a deafening roar came from his mouth. He suddenly turned his head around and opened his mouth wide, biting towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, body weaving back and forth. Not only did he avoid Zhu Lai's attack, he even tied his tail into a bow knot. Having made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, the golden divine dragon source was stimulated to a far greater extent. Yang Kai suddenly felt as if this Zhu Lai was completely not his opponent at all, and he was convinced that this feeling was correct. It's not that he had become stronger, but rather that the bloodline of the half-dragon form he transformed into had become purer. It was enough to allow him to suppress Zhu Lai's bloodline. Ho! Zhu Lai roared furiously, voice filled with grief and anger as if he had been greatly humiliated. A member of the dragon clan, ruler of the myriad spirits, actually had his tail tied into a bow. It was simply intolerable. He shook his tail in an attempt to shake off Yang Kai's hold, but under the bloodline suppression, he was able to use at most 70% of his strength. So how could he succeed? Yang Kai was grabbing onto Zhu Lai's dragon tail and refused to let go. With a shout, the muscles on his arms swelled, and he spun him hard. Wuxia! Wuxia! The 200-meter-long great dragon was like a toy in Yang Kai's hands, being spun around and around just like a windmill. The eyes of the group of Emperor Realm Masters from Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple widened at this sight. Even the soles of their feet were feeling a little cramped from this display. In the beginning, the speed of the rotation was not too fast. However, the speed gradually became more and more violent. Zhu Lai's 200-meter-tall body now looked like a blurry flat disc, like he was able to form countless clones of himself. With Yang Kai as the center, Zhu Lai's figure seemed to be recreated over a dozen times. But that wasn't even close, merely a series of afterimages left behind by the speed of rotation. Zhu Lai was dizzy from all the spinning and was unable to gather any of the dragon essence from his body. Feeling the stares of the group of ants below, he would rather pass out immediately than suffer this indescribable shame. With a xiao sound, Yang Kai let go and Zhu Lai slammed into the ground just like a meteor. The earth shook and dust rose up as a huge crater appeared. The 200-meter-long dragon shook its head in the crater, trying to get up but was stumbling around like a drunk. Yang Kai came down from the sky and rode atop Zhu Lai's head, grabbing one of his dragon horns with one hand while clenching his fist and slamming it with the other. Hong hong hong, just like a large hammer crashing down on their hearts. Each one of Yang Kai's blows caused the hearts of Wen Zishan and the others to clench. Zhu Lai tried to fight back, but under the double pressure of the bloodline suppression and his dizziness, his resistance seemed extremely childish and ridiculous. Come, come, come. Tell me now what the immensity of heaven and earth is, Yang Kai said while punching him. But Zhu Lai wasn't in the mood for jokes anymore. He could do nothing but hiss and growl. Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule and sarcasm filled him with even more grief. He almost spat out the blood that was rolling around inside his chest. After raining down hundreds of punches one after another, Zhu Lai's head was smashed open. A few pieces of his dragon scales almost cracked, and he seemed to be exhausted. Crawling on the ground, Zhu Lai was panting heavily with his big tongue hanging out to the side, but his giant dragon eyes were still filled with flames of fury. If there was no bloodline suppression, then he would definitely jump up and swallow Yang Kai into his belly right now. So, do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai was still riding on his head, tossing a slap across his face while speaking. Even his own hand was in pain from all the blows. Whether you're willing or not, you have to go. The dragon clan won't. Before he could finish, Yang Kai had already gotten up and stomped on his head with tremendous force. Zhu Lai's dragon head hit the ground with a bang and he almost bit his tongue. He quickly shut his mouth after that. I'll ask you one more time. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai looked at him from above. After having suffered an initial loss, how would Zhu Lai dare to answer him? You think I can't handle you? Yang Kai sneered and began scanning his body. He noticed something during their battle before. He wasn't too sure what it was he saw. Now was the best time for him to take a look. In just a few moments, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a burning gaze stopping upon a dragon scale around Zhu Lai's neck. At first glance, that dragon scale didn't seem much different from the rest. However, if one looked closely, then differences of this dragon scale could be felt. Its color seemed to be darker, and its aura was also a little different. Using his dragon claws, Yang Kai grabbed the washbasin-sized dragon scale directly. "What are you doing?" Zhu Lai turned his head over and roared in shock. But when he saw what Yang Kai was up to, he began to struggle even harder. It was not known where this strength came from, but he even tried to fly up to the sky. Yang Kai ignored him and just grabbed hold of the dragon scale with both hands. With a shout, he drew all the strength in his body to rip it violently from Zhu Lai's body. With a chi-la, dragon blood splashed everywhere and Zhu Lai's pained cry filled the sky. His great dragon body also shrunk in an instant, turning into a red-haired young man in the blink of an eye. In human form, Zhu Lai appeared to be in his early 20s. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he was exquisite in both demeanor and appearance, with healthy jade white skin. With an appearance like his, he was bound to attract the attention of countless women no matter where he went. However, after taking a beating from Yang Kai, Zhu Lai looked more miserable at this moment. His red hair was messy as if it had not been groomed for more than a decade. His body was covered in bruises and his clothes were messy. There was even a small wound gushing with fresh blood on his neck. After losing that dragon scale, Zhu Lai no longer had the strength to resist the golden divine dragon source strength in Yang Kai's body, to the point where he could not even maintain his dragon form. He leapt out from the ground and pounced like a madman at the scale in Yang Kai's hand, shouting, "Give it back! That's mine!" But right now, in front of Yang Kai's 40-meter half-dragon form, Zhu Lai was as laughable as a child. Yang Kai slapped him down like a mosquito, hitting Zhu Lai directly into the ground. Then, Yang Kai stepped on his head with one foot so that he could not move before observing the dragon scale in his hand, asking, "So this is what you were relying on to face me?" Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to answer. "Without this, how are you going to be bringing me back to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai grinned viciously and looked down at Zhu Lai, coldly snorting, "Seems like that girl Zhu Qing revealed a lot about me." Yang Kai was truly annoyed. Zhu Lai was clearly not unprepared during this visit. If he had not been able to make a breakthrough in this dragon transformation secret art at the crucial moment, then there was no saying who would have won or lost that battle just now. Information about him must have been revealed by that damned girl, Zhu Qing, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. But on further thought, Zhu Qing was a member of the Dragon Clan. He rejected her request to travel to Dragon Island several times, so it was only natural that she would reveal some of his information. "Tell me, how does this offset the bloodline suppression?" Yang Kai asked in a solemn voice. Before this, he thought that the dragon scale didn't belong to Zhu Lai, and that it was the dragon scale of a higher-ranking great dragon from Dragon Island. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he was wrong. This was indeed Zhu Lai's dragon scale, but as for why the color was deeper and the aura different, it likely had to do with the enhancement of some secret technique. Yang Kai was a little wary about such a secret technique. 2 Dragon Clan members approached him one after another, so there was no saying he might not have to deal with even more of them in the future. He couldn't rely on making a breakthrough with his dragon transformation secret art and golden divine dragon source strength each time. So, if he could figure out what secret technique this was, then he could also make preparations beforehand. "Just kill me." Zhu Lai stiffened his neck, seemingly ready to face death unflinchingly as he sneered. "Do you have the guts to slay a member of the Dragon Clan?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "I can't stand people provoking me. Once people provoke me, I tend to get impulsive, and there's no saying what I'm capable of doing when I'm impulsive. So, young man, don't try and act smart. Whether you live or die is up to my whims right now." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Suddenly, Yang Kai crouched down and took a closer look at Zhu Lai's profile, frowning. What's your relationship with Zhu Qing? I have nothing to say about it. Zhu Lai coldly snorted. So be it then. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He just felt that this guy and Zhu Qing shared some similarities in their appearance, and they were both red dragons, so they should be related in some way. That was why Yang Kai had asked. However, since the other party didn't want to answer, he also couldn't be bothered to get to the bottom of it. When Zishan and Lei Hong flew over side by side and stopped 10 meters away from Yang Kai, their expression appearing complicated. Nobody thought that things would escalate to this extent. At the very beginning, when both Yang Kai and Zhu Lai were engaged in a heated battle, they thought that Yang Kai would be the one to lose. They thought they would wait for the dragon to vent his anger before coming out to deal with the aftermath. But who knew that Yang Kai would be so fierce as to be able to beat a dragon into the ground, and even trample him underfoot? This made things difficult. Great Elder Lei, you came just in time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as if he had found his savior when he saw Lei Hong. Lei Hong's body suddenly froze, and a bad feeling came over him in an instant. He suddenly regretted not having left earlier and actually foolishly followed when Zishan over. Wasn't he just finding trouble for himself? Yang Kai paid Great Elder Lei's obvious apprehension no mind and carried on. I caught a dragon, but this guy is being too arrogant and domineering, so I think it best I hand him to you to bring him back to Star Soul Palace for the Great Emperor to deal with. Whether he kills him or skins him, it's all up to the Great Emperor. I have no objections either way. The corner of Lei Hong's mouth twitched, and he was unwilling to move any closer. Acting as if he did not hear what Yang Kai said, he turned to Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. Temple Master One, since the matter has come to an end, this Lei will say his farewells here. We still have to trouble Temple Master One on the matter of the Demon Banishment Order. My Star Soul Palace will also do its best to aid in this hunt. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible. When Zishan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lei Hong's body had already flashed away with a crackle. Enveloping the other Star Soul Palace members, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the distance. The one surnamed Lei, you come back, Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, voice spreading far and wide. My Dragon Island will never forgive you Southern Territory cultivators for treating a member of the Dragon Clan this way. Lei Hong, of course, did not stop, but instead fled even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to ask Yang Kai about the situation of his dragon transformation secret technique, but how could he still be in the mood to do so? He just wanted to get as far away from here as possible. Staring in the direction that Lei Hong ran off in, Yang Kai laughed. But suddenly he stopped and turned around to see Gao Xueting, when Zishan, and the others looking speechlessly at him. What should we do now? Gao Xueting asked. I don't know. Yang Kai had an innocent expression on his face. Only, paired with his half-dragon form appearance at this moment, it looked particularly ferocious. Why not just let him go? Chun Qian suggested in a quiet voice. She was very afraid of the Dragon Island's might, and also couldn't bear seeing Zhu Lai being beaten up so miserably. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth. That's right. If you're smart, then you should let me go right now, or this definitely won't end well for you. Yang Kai stomped his foot down again and snorted. Know your place before you speak, little brat. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. How dare you treat me like this? Zhu Lai looked humiliated. So what if you're from the Dragon Clan? Aren't you still crawling under my feet? Zhu Lai flushed crimson as he buried his face into the ground, as if he couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and no longer show his face to the world. Can't let him go. Can't kill him either? When Zishan laughed bitterly. You little brat, you really brought me a big problem here. The Dragon Clan's pride was legendary, so if he were really released after being humiliated this way by Yang Kai, then how could Zhu Lai be willing to let the matter rest? He would probably send word to Dragon Island immediately, then a large number of great dragons would come in a few days in pursuit of him. And of course, killing him was also impossible. If Zhu Lai was really killed, then they would really start a feud with Dragon Island. Not even a great emperor sect could withstand the wrath of Dragon Island, let alone Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai waved his hand. Forget it. You don't have to worry about this anymore. I will take responsibility for my own actions. Gao Xueting asked, What are you planning to do? Xianxia shrugged. I can't kill him or let him go, so I can only imprison him. What else can I do? Zhu Lai was shocked at his words. He looked up at him and bellowed, You dare! Xianxia sneered. Open your dog eyes wide and see for yourself whether I dare or not. As he spoke, he tossed out his hand, and an antique-looking bell appeared in front of him. As it spun in the sky, the bell grew rapidly in size. Zhu Lai had obviously perceived the danger of this bell. It might look inconspicuous and simple, but it gave him a strong feeling of suppression. If he were really trapped by this thing, then there would be no way for him to escape. He tried to struggle, but was met with another round of beating from Xianxia, one that left him grimacing in pain. The mountains and rivers bell descended, trapping Zhu Lai inside it. Xianxia jumped out in a flash, and the sound of Zhu Lai cursing and his storm of attacks could immediately be heard from within the bell. With just one hand seal from Xianxia, though, the noise died down. After all, the mountains and rivers bell was an exotic ancient artifact that could suppress all creation. Even the phoenix true fire was suppressed beneath it for several tens of thousands of years and could not break free. Even though Zhu Lai was a dragon, there was nothing he could do if he was really trapped by the bell. This isn't a long-term solution. When Zishan sighed, Xianxia said, Temple Master, you should focus on the demon spirits and the great Emperor's order instead. Just leave him to me. I assure you he'll become obedient within a month. It's best if you have the confidence, but everything must be done in moderation. After saying that, when Zishan led the others away. If not for all sorts of ripples that emerged before, then he would definitely find a way to deal with Zhu Lai first, but right now, for the temple and the southern territory as a whole, the most important thing they had to do was track down those demon spirits and the bustling world great emperor. Wu Kuang had now taken over Duan Hongchen's body, and nobody knew what he was going to do with it. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor plagued the world and caused the deaths of countless lives. Compared to him, the anger of Dragon Island was secondary. In just a few days, the entire southern territory began to move. Billions of cultivators in the southern territory were mobilized under the great emperor's demon banishment order. Xianxia did not participate in this campaign, however, and had been resting on Spirit Sword Peak during the past few days. Even though a demon sealing ground had appeared below Spirit Sword Peak, the demon spirits sealed inside had all fled, and the ruins left behind were neither dangerous nor special. So, Spirit Sword Peak remained Xianxia's personal spirit peak. The mountains and rivers bell had already been moved to Spirit Sword Peak by Xianxia, but Zhu Lai's cursing never stopped for a moment, disturbing his peace. Every day, Xianxia would go over and teach him a lesson. After losing his special dragon scale, Zhu Lai was no longer a match for Xianxia. In front of Xianxia, who had unleashed his dragon transformation secret art, Zhu Lai couldn't even assume his dragon form. Dragons were incredibly resilient, though, so no matter how badly Xianxia beat him, Zhu Lai would become as good as new the next day. Zhu Lai was also hard-headed. He probably knew that there was no way Xianxia would really kill him, so no matter how miserably he was beaten, his tongue never went soft for an instant. More often than not, he would just glare at Xianxia with an unyielding look in his eyes as if he were saying, "What are you going to do about me?" After half a month like this, good news finally came. Many of the demon spirits that had escaped from Spirit Sword Peak's demon sealing ground had been found. In the cleanup operation, most of the demon spirits were exterminated, but the southern territory also incurred great losses. However, as people learned more about the demon spirits, they also found many ways to restrain them, making it far less likely they would be easily corrupted anymore. But whether it be Xianxia, Wen Zishan, or the other Emperor Realm Masters of the Southern Territory, they knew that the demon spirits that were exterminated were not all of them. The troublesome ones were those that remained in hiding. No one knew whose body those demon spirits were hiding in, and no one knew when they would reveal themselves again. Throughout this whole ordeal, they heard no news from the bustling world great emperor or Wu Kuang. Since the day Wu Kuang took over Duan Hongchen's body and left Azure Sun Temple, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. No one saw him again. Just like the demon spirits in hiding, he had become a thorn in the side of the Southern Territory, and there was a constant risk of that wound festering. From what Gao Shueting told Yang Kai, despite the Bright Moon Great Emperor taking action personally, they still failed to find any useful clues about Wu Kuang's whereabouts. As such, he had left Star Soul Palace in order to handle this situation and went to look for the Heavens Revelation's Great Emperor, hoping to seek help from him. Yang Kai went into the Divine Ascension Mirror again and spent 3,000 Elder Contribution points to bring out Tianyan's soul from inside. It was time for him to fulfill his agreement with Tianyan. The flesh incarnation pill had been refined a long time ago, so when Yang Kai sent Nanmen Dejun back to High Heaven Place, he also took a moment to visit Jiying and brought back all the Emperor pills he had refined to Azure Sun Temple. It was with these Emperor pills that Yang Kai was able to accumulate Elder Contribution points so quickly to use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Divine Ascension world again. It was nighttime. The moon hung bright in the sky alongside a few stars. Above Spirit Sword Peak, a strong barrier spirit array was arranged, and Yang Kai even turned on the protection array to prevent any mishaps. Tonight was the night when Tianyan was going to mold his flesh body. When Zishan, who had received the news, also came over to stand guard personally. He occupied an array node of the array set up by Nanmen Dejun, which had the ability to stabilize souls with a solemn expression. Tianyan was a soul with no physical body after all. It was his first time leaving the Divine Ascension world and being brought to the star boundary by Yang Kai. If there was nothing to anchor his soul in place, then it could be extinguished very quickly. The world principles of the Divine Ascension world and the world principles of the star boundary were very different after all. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai calmed his mind and concentrated, only opening his eyes after a long time. "Senior, the time has come." It was 3/4 past midnight, the time of day where Inchi was the densest. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed in front of him. A small light bloomed before spreading out, forming Tianyan's shape. It was with the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai was able to bring Tianyan's soul out of the Divine Ascension world. If not for the existence of a supreme treasure like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, then Tianyan wouldn't even be able to leave that mirror world. His body looked illusory and translucent, just like a ghost that could scatter in the wind, a mere soul avatar. As soon as he appeared, Tianyan frowned. Something seemed to be making him uncomfortable as there was a vague look of pain on his face. There was a rumble in the sky at that moment, then a bang as an extremely strong will and force flooded in from all directions, ignoring the power of the many spirit arrays and Spirit Sword Peak's protection array to press down on Tianyan. A being with strength comparable to that of a great emperor inexplicably appearing in the world was not something tolerated by the heavenly way, so it was no surprise it tried to reject him. Tianyan clearly expected this though, and forming seals with his hands, a profound power spread out, forming a layer of protection around his body that was visible to the naked eye, resisting the rejection force of the world. Thunder suddenly boomed atop Spirit Sword Peak and lightning danced wildly in the sky, a scene similar to impending doom. But the disturbance did not last long. It was not known what amazing means Tianyan used, but the thunder gradually faded away, and the lightning also disappeared quickly. The omnipresent repulsion force also dissipated. There's not much time. It's not easy to fool the heavenly way. Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Give me the spirit pill and stand guard for me." Yang Kai had been waiting for this. So with a flick of his wrist, a milky white spirit pill flew straight towards Tianyan. Even though Tianyan did not open his mouth, the pill still entered his body. The milky white glow that spread out was not obvious at first, but as time passed, it became more and more dazzling. Soon, all of Spirit Sword Peak was enveloped by the glow. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and pushed his eyesight to the max to observe this scene carefully. He saw the flesh incarnation pill melting away inside of Tianyan's body, turning into countless tiny white lights that were moving towards each part of his soul avatar. A faint vitality suddenly emerged, just like a candle flame in the middle of a storm, on the edge of being blown out. Tianyan then sat down cross-legged and shut his eyes, becoming perfectly still. The milky white lights continued roaming around inside his soul avatar, numerous like the stars in the sky, and every few moments, his body would solidify a little, and the aura of vitality coming from it gradually became stronger. At a certain moment, Tianyan's gradually solidifying body suddenly emitted a strong attractive force that shook the world energy around Spirit Sword Peak, causing it to surge towards him, and was swallowed up in the blink of an eye. An even stronger attractive force emerged soon after, causing the wind and clouds above Spirit Sword Peak to howl as the word energy from afar rapidly rushed in to fill the area. However, this was still not enough to satisfy Tianyan's needs. His body that was formed by the spirit pill was just like a bottomless spit, and no matter how much world energy came, he would devour all of it. Discovering this, Wen Zishan immediately made a move. He used his mind to communicate with Azure Sun Temple sect defending array, and had it gather world energy from around Azure Sun Temple towards Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai also summoned his own Jade Elder token to control the world energy coming into Spirit Sword Peak, pouring it into Tianyan's body. The two of them worked closely in tandem. Following the influx of world energy, the vitality in Tianyan's body grew stronger and stronger. If there was any hint of instability in his vitality earlier, then it was now slowly being removed, and Tianyan's body was transforming into a real flesh body. The omnipresent heavenly way seemed to have discovered something at this moment, and a heavenly manifestation suddenly gathered above Spirit Sword Peak. Even though it was faint and hadn't taken shape yet, Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were still startled. World Force. Yang Kai could clearly sense a faint shred of world force manifesting. The world principles of each world were different, and the only thing they had in common was world force. In simple terms, this was the power of the world itself made manifest. Emperor Realm Masters comprehended world principles to manifest their own principle strength, while great emperors gained insight into world force. This was the fundamental difference between the two of them. Tianyan's existence was not allowed by the star boundary. The divine ability he used earlier was able to conceal him and help him avoid the heavenly way's judgment initially, but as time passed, his deceptive methods gradually fell short, allowing the heavenly way to sense his existence. Indeed, not much time was left. If Tianyan could not mold his body before the might of the heavenly way revealed itself, then he would definitely be rejected from this world and be exiled to oblivion. When that time came, Yang Kai may not be able to save him even with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan both looked grim. More and more quickly, they pumped the world energy around Azure Sun Temple into Tianyan's body. This was all they could do. The rest was up to Tianyan's own efforts. Time gradually passed, and the flow of world energy in Azure Sun Temple did not pause for even a breath. The sound of wind and thunder constantly echoed above Spirit Sword Peak as Tianyan's body became more and more solid, and his vitality stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the heavenly way's might that was gathering atop Spirit Sword Peak also grew stronger, just like a sharp blade hanging above everyone's heads, ready to cut them down at any moment, putting everyone present on edge. At one moment, Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and he formed several profound hand seals that seemed neither fast nor slow. The body which he had just shaped was like a vast ocean fed by 100 rivers. It swallowed up the world energy within several dozen kilometers in one gulp, and the milky white lights swimming around his body suddenly disappeared. The sky was still moonlit, and it was not known when Spirit Sword Peak restored its peace, with the heavenly way's judgment which had been gathering the whole time somehow disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes darted around, looking at Tianyan at one moment, then at Wen Zishan the next before looking up at the sky, confused. "Congratulations, senior." Wen Zishan suddenly spoke, smiling as he cupped his fists in Tianyan's direction. Tianyan also smiled. This would not be possible without the assistance of two friends. This old master gives his sincerest thanks. When Zishan was cheerful, this one only provided some small aid. It was thanks to Yang Kai's flesh incarnation pill that Senior was able to mold a flesh body. Yang Kai asked, "Does this mean Senior succeeded?" He was able to hear a thing or two from their conversation. If it had not succeeded, then Tianyan wouldn't be so relaxed. Tianyan smiled. "It's a success." "That's wonderful." Yang Kai was delighted. Only then did he release his divine sense to scan Tianyan's body. But when he did, he was dumbfounded. Because at this moment, Tianyan actually gave off an extreme feeling of weakness. Not the type of weakness like a lamp running out of oil, but rather a very natural type of weakness. Or rather, it should be described as infantile. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuation of power from his body. Like Tianyan was just an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. "Senior, you?" Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Tianyan smiled. "The heavenly way is not easy to deceive. Even if I can conceal it for a moment, there's no way to conceal it for a lifetime. I can only comply with the heavenly way's will. At this moment, this old master should be equivalent to a newborn baby." Yang Kai's jaw dropped. This situation seemed to be different from what he expected. He originally thought that Tianyan would still be a great emperor-level master after molding his body. But who could have anticipated that the final result would be like this? However, upon thinking about it, it did make sense. How could such a good thing be realistic? Tianyan was indeed a great emperor in the divine Ascension world, but that was only with regards to his soul. Since his body was molded by the flesh incarnation pill, it would be impossible for him to reach the level of great emperor no matter how much world energy he devoured. Considering all this, Yang Kai relaxed as he realized his thinking was too naive. When Zishan commented from the side, "With Senior's foundation, even if he has to cultivate from the very beginning, it probably will not take much time for him to return to his peak." "I hope so," Tianyan smiled. "But before that, this old master will need to spend some time in the temple." When Zishan laughed, "This one only hopes Senior does not mind the simplicity of his temple. Please stay as long as you wish. Does Senior need me to arrange for another spiritual peak?" "No need. Here is fine. Young boy does not seem like one to settle in one place, and this peak is clean and remote. It is a suitable place for me to rest and recuperate. Moreover, this is the place where this old master was conceived after all. Cultivating here will be just like a baby in a mother's womb. It may require some adapting if I were to move to some other place now. In that case, I will follow Senior's wishes. I will send some disciples to bring over some cultivation supplies tomorrow. If there is anything else Senior needs, please let me know. Then please send some ancient books over. Any type is fine, the more the better." "Very well. This one will excuse himself for now." When Zishan cupped his fists and looked at Yang Kai for a moment before leaving, Tianyan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled. "You seem a little disappointed." Yang Kai laughed embarrassed. "I'm not really disappointed. It's just a little different from my expectations. You should walk a little slower. Let me help you." As he spoke, he moved over to help Tianyan, who was about to stand up. Tianyan was clearly not used to his flesh body, and he stumbled as soon as he stood up. Fortunately, Yang Kai was just in range to help, or he would have fallen. Just as he said, he was like a newborn baby at this moment. He had to learn everything from scratch. There was a palace on Spirit Sword Peak, and though it wasn't very big, it was more than enough to house 2 people. While chatting, Yang Kai and Tianyan made their way towards the palace. After just a few steps, Tianyan suddenly paused. Yang Kai had no idea what he was doing, but when he looked over, Tianyan looked blank and dull-eyed as if he had lost consciousness. Yang Kai was shocked and was worried that something had happened and was about to investigate when Tianyan's eyes moved again, his consciousness returning to his body in a flash. "The fusion of body and soul is not quite stable. My soul left my body just now," Tianyan explained, shaking his head in frustration while walking more and more cautiously. "It won't stay this way, will it?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Naturally not. It will be fine in a few days, but I'm afraid it will be difficult during this period." They paused 3 times along their way, and each time it was because Tianyan's soul would accidentally disconnect with his body. Yang Kai had a hard time settling Tianyan down into his room, and more he could feel that Tianyan's words were right. He really is just like a newborn baby. The next day, when Zishan sent someone to deliver a large number of jade slips that contained a variety of contents to Tianyan's room. Meanwhile, Tianyan had not left since retreating into the room yesterday. Yang Kai did not disturb him either and just flew to the platform at the top of Spirit Sword Peak. Forming seals with one hand, the mountains and rivers bell flew up. A dragon roar came out, and at the same time, Zhu Lai, who was trapped inside, transformed into a 200-meter-long great dragon, opening his big red mouth and snapping towards Yang Kai. Dragon transformation! Yang Kai looked at him in contempt and used his golden divine dragon source to execute the dragon transformation's secret art. His body suddenly rose up, and a crackling sound came from all his bones. Short horns grew out from his forehead, and his skin was covered in armored scales. The great dragon who had just pounced in front of him let out an involuntary grunt, and his 200-meter-long body crumbled like a burst bubble. Pitifully, Zhu Lai transformed back into his human form and just happened to have flown right in front of Yang Kai, where he was met with an iron fist, almost making it look as if he had taken the initiative to receive this punch. Zhu Lai was knocked away with a loud bang, and he crashed into the side of a mountain not far away, plunging several tens of meters into it. He was dizzy for a while, but when his vision cleared up, Yang Kai was already standing in front of him. There was a strong suppressive force coming out from his 40-meter-tall half-dragon form that made him feel uncomfortable. "Seems like your memory still hasn't improved." Yang Kai sneered and extended a dragon claw, picking Zhu Lai out of the rubble as if he were grabbing a baby chicken. Zhu Lai struggled with all his might, but to no avail. This scene happened countless times in the past month or so. Each time that Yang Kai lifted the mountains and rivers bell, Zhu Lai would try to sneak in a fierce attack, but without that special dragon scale, he simply could not resist Yang Kai after he used his dragon transformation's secret art. Even though his real strength was a few levels higher than Yang Kai, he was still defeated without any ability to resist. Practically every time, Zhu Lai would end up getting beaten soundly. There was an incessant sound of banging as Zhu Lai was punched around like a sack by Yang Kai. Dragon blood splattered everywhere, and he was in a terrible state. But no matter how hard he was beaten, Zhu Lai never thought of backing down or begging for mercy. Instead, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes would become, as if he was vowing to pay him back for the pain 100 times over if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death here. The dragon clan's arrogance was evident. Even if Yang Kai had already transformed into his 40-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was still no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. There was another loud bang, and Zhu Lai was beaten down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Yang Kai had already stomped on his face. "Do you submit?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you tell me you submit, then I'll let you go right now." "Never." Zhu Lai ground his teeth. "You think yourself skilled when you have to rely on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, then fight me in human form." Yang Kai laughed. "What sort of dog fart reasoning is that? Don't you dragons always judge each other with your bloodlines? You're no member of the dragon clan." Zhu Lai scoffed. "That's not true either. In human form, you're as strong as a third-order emperor, whereas I'm only a first-order emperor. If we fight in human form, then wouldn't I be suffering a big loss?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Faced with trash like you, would a third-order emperor cultivation even be needed? This dragon can suppress his cultivation to the first order to fight you." Zhu Lai shot him a disdainful expression. "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Seems like you're quite confident. You say that now, but what happens if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? Impossible." Zhu Lai tried to shake his head, but he was firmly suppressed by Yang Kai's large foot. He couldn't even do something as simple as shaking his head and could only sneer contemptuously. Under the premise that both parties are at the same level, no one can be a match for a member of a dragon clan. "You'll never know." Yang Kai sneered. "What about this? We can fight in human form just like you say. There will be no bloodline suppression. However, you must suppress your cultivation to the first order. If you lose, then we will write off everything that happened previously. And if you lose, you can do with me whatever you wish." "Truly?" Zhu Lai's eyes brightened. "Truly? Good. If you lose, then you have to come back to Dragon Island with me. And I want you to kowtow to me 3 times, loudly. This is considered a great humiliation to you humans. Isn't it?" Yang Kai laughed loudly. Don't even mention 3. You can even order me to do 30 or 300 if it so pleases you. While speaking, Yang Kai took a few steps back and freed Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai jumped up, face filled with anger, as if he could pounce over and exact his revenge at any moment. But he held back his impulse desperately and said with a cold expression, "If you're a man, then don't let others despise you. I hope you'll keep your word." Yang Kai hummed a soft response. "That will have to wait until you beat me." At the end of his sentence, he took the initiative to release his dragon transformation secret art. His 40-meter-tall body quickly shrank in size, returning to its original state. At that instant, Zhu Lai rushed over, starting with a breath of dragon flames. Even though he was not in his great dragon form and was unable to use most of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, there would be no problem for him to spit out a few mouthfuls of dragon flames. He also kept the promise he made with Yang Kai and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm, so the power of his dragon flame was much lower compared to when he was in his true form. Even so, this dragon flame wasn't something that just anyone could resist, as it still contained a very strong burning power. After the dragon flame, he threw a fist towards Yang Kai with an exhilarated look on his face, as if he could already see himself trampling over the latter's battered body. He had no regard for a trivial First-Order Emperor realm human. The reason why he was trampled by Yang Kai until every part of his skin was brutalized was because of the bloodline suppression. Once Yang Kai used his dragon transformation secret art, Zhu Lai wouldn't be able to bring out even a tenth of his power, so how could he be his opponent? But now the situation was different. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Yang Kai up first to vent his anger before dragging him back to Dragon Island and handing him to the Great Elder. The fist that followed punched through the dragon flames, producing some amazing and unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to be burning, but it didn't detract the power of the dragon flames in the slightest. Instead, the two complemented each other, increasing the might of the attack dramatically. Xianxia, a sword light flashed over, and a broadsword cut right down onto Zhu Lai's fist, emitting an ear-piercing noise like the sound of clashing metal. The dragon flame that was wrapped around his fist was actually cut apart and became so weak that it seemed like it might go out at any moment. "What?" Zhu Lai was shocked, and his face changed slightly. He had been suffering the ravages of Yang Kai these past few days, so he had some understanding of this human strength and knew that he was much stronger than the average First-Order Emperor realm cultivator. Zhu Lai did not expect to be able to do much to his opponent with this opening blow and was just trying to test his depths. However, he didn't expect his opponent to be able to counter him so easily. When he looked up, Zhu Lai's face changed again. That was because he discovered that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest hint of strain at all. On the other hand, there was a faint smile at his lips, as if he were mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "Putting on airs, are you?" Another fist blasted forward like lightning. From the momentum, it seemed like it was going to smash Yang Kai's face to pieces. Yang Kai turned his myriad sword lightly, slamming it forward, striking Zhu Lai's second punch accurately. Zhu Lai actually felt pain as the powerful force suddenly hit him, and this sudden change was actually a little hard for him to believe. He was a member of the Dragon Clan and his body was incredibly sturdy. Every single part of his body was comparable to an Emperor artifact, and yet the blow casually thrown out by this human actually hurt him. How strong did he need to be in order to achieve that? Was he the dragon here or not? In that moment of hesitation, Yang Kai had already slashed his myriad's sword down with a cold expression. A cold aura emerged atop his head, causing Zhu Li's face to change drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a large crackle, the myriad sword sliced down on Zhu Li's body with sparks flying everywhere. By the time Zhu Li moved 1,000 meters back and looked down, he discovered that there was a long, eye-catching white mark from his belly down between his legs. "You should be glad that you're a dragon. Otherwise you'd have been dead already." Yang Kai's voice suddenly appeared in front of him like a phantom. Zhu Li looked up only to see that his enemy had appeared just 50 meters away from him at some point. The broadsword gone from his hand, a dark, 10-meter-long attack in the shape of a crescent shooting out towards him. Zhu Li wanted to move, but he discovered that the space around him had suddenly become viscous. It actually gave him the illusion that he had fallen into a mire, and no matter how he tried, he was unable to dodge. Letting out a roar, his aura soared and dragon scales appeared on his skin. He was going to take the blow directly with his body. The pitch-black moon blade soared across the sky, causing Zhu Lai's heart to palpitate. He had no idea whether he could resist such an attack with just his physical body. That attack contained clear fluctuations of space principles, which were completely condensed from the void. Anywhere it passed, even space itself was devoured. If an attack like that were to cut through his body, then it may even be able to devour a part of him. For the first time in his life, Zhu Lai felt overwhelmed. He did not feel this way even when he was suppressed by Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret art. Just as Zhu Lai's eyes were about to bulge from fear, the moon blade suddenly shattered a few centimeters from him. His heart was palpitating as if he had just escaped from death, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhu Lai raised his head to look at Yang Kai with a ghastly complexion, only to see that annoying man smiling at him and snickering, "You lost!" Zhu Lai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he did not say a word. Indeed, he lost, and not from that moon blade-like attack, but at his own hands. During the critical moment, he raised his strength to the Third-Order Emperor realm and even unleashed some of his Dragon Clan characteristics, which went against the previous agreement he had with Yang Kai. Without even coming close to figuring out the true extent of Yang Kai's power, without the latter unleashing his dragon transformation secret art, he ended up losing in such a muddled manner. An unspeakable feeling of shame and frustration overcame Zhu Lai, causing his entire person to look incomparably down. His lips opened a few times, but he couldn't make a single sound. It had always been the Dragon Clan who looked down on others, but it was at this moment that Zhu Lai realized that other figures had already appeared above the Dragon Clan while they weren't noticing. "You're not going to go back on your word, are you?" Yang Kai peered at Zhu Lai. "We agreed before this that our grudge will be settled if you lost. Unless the Dragon Clan can't afford to lose." These words stimulated Zhu Lai greatly, and his arrogance forced him to snap back. "Who can't afford to lose? If I lose, then I lose. Just as you said, our grudges are now settled." Yang Kai beamed. Very good, and in that case you can go back where you came from. By the way, please pass Dragon Island a message from me. Tell them I'll visit them when I have the time, so no need to send someone over to me every now and again." Zhu Lai said with a grim expression. "I'll pass on your word to Dragon Island, but I don't know what decision they will make." Yang Kai nodded. "No matter, you should tell Zhu Qing too. You should be able to contact each other, right? Tell her not to look for me again. It's dangerous." Every time he was around Zhu Qing, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to control the stirring in his bloodline. The impulses hiding deep inside his heart felt like they could burst out at any moment, which gave him a bad and dangerous feeling. Yang Kai knew that this was draconic nature, and the deeper he cultivated his dragon transformation secret art, the stronger his draconic nature would become. One day, he would not be able to suppress those impulses. So, it would be better for Zhu Qing to stay as far away from him as possible, if possible for the rest of their lives. "Zhu Qing is probably already dead, so I won't be able to convey your words." Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared. "What do you mean by probably dead?"